Right, good morning everyone. Welcome to the first day of Introduce Investor Days. My name is Karl Bokvist. I'm an industrial equity research analyst with ABG. And this morning I have the pleasure of introducing Steve Dawson from Sintercast. So I leave it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Karl. So good morning. The last time that we presented at this event was back in March. And I'm happy to be here this morning to provide an update on our progress. Let me start with a short reminder of what we are and what we do. So Sintercast is the industry leader for the production of compacted graphite iron. And compacted graphite iron is a new type of cast iron. It's particularly good when you have both a thermal load and a mechanical load. And so our main application is for engines because we have the pressure and the temperature from the combustion. Compacted graphite iron is stronger and stiffer than the normal cast iron or than aluminum. And this allows engine manufacturers to make the engines smaller and lighter and to load them more heavily to make them more fuel efficient. So less fuel consumption means less CO2 emissions. We don't actually make the engines. We provide a control technology to the foundries, and they produce the engines and supply them to the original equipment manufacturers, the car and truck companies. Over the years, we've developed so that we have 52 different licensees for our compacted graphite iron technology, and those are based in 13 different countries around the world. About half of those are in regular production. The other half are either development or research installations, or perhaps they're full production installations that have not yet received a series production order. It's nice that it's now 2019. The first CGI engine was produced 20 years ago in 1999. It wasn't just the first CGI engine, it was a Sintercast engine. And the market has really grown very well since then. So this year we'll produce well more than 1 million CGI cylinder blocks. For those of you who follow Sintercast, you know that we count in terms of engine equivalents. And we developed this term, this engine equivalent term. So Sintercast is paid on a weight basis, right? And our castings have a wide variety of different weights. So our lightest casting is 2.7 kilograms, and our heaviest casting is 9,000 kilograms. So there's no meaning for us to talk about the number of engines or the number of components. And we've defined this term engine equivalence so that every engine is said to weigh 50 kilograms. So perhaps for a car engine that weighs 50 kilograms, it counts as 1. If it's a truck engine that weighs 300 kilograms, it would count for 6. And if we make a small component like a turbocharger housing, maybe it's 5 kilograms, we would need 10 of them to provide one engine equivalent. So while we talk about growing from the first engine in 1999 to more than 1 million today, the real count in terms of engine equivalents is that we've gone from 0 to more than 3.5 million today. So that's how we grew up. We grew up with this compacted graphite iron process control technology. But in the last few years, we've developed 2 new technologies for tracking and traceability. We've used our expertise in the cast iron foundry industry and our ability for process control and precision measurement to develop 2 new tracking technologies. And these improve the process control in the foundry, but also the efficiency in the foundry and the productivity. Today I'm going to focus on the compacted graphite iron because that's still the biggest part of our business. So what we do, as I say, we're primarily an engine manufacturing supplier. Here on the left you see 2 different engine blocks. And these are used for passenger vehicles. And when we speak of passenger vehicles, we mean cars, SUVs, and trucks. And both of those engines are about 3-liter displacement. You can see that they're both V6 engines. So today we supply these to Jaguar and Land Rover, to Audi and Volkswagen, to Hyundai and Kia, to Ram and Jeep. And in the bottom picture here, you see the Ford F-150. So Ford is our biggest end user. we have supplied 9 different engines to Ford. It's very interesting. Both of the engines on the left side are engine options for the F-150. The F-150 is the highest selling vehicle in the world. Last year, it was the only vehicle in the world that made more than 1 million units. It has 6 engine options, and 2 of them are the ones that you see on this overhead, both from Sintercast. And they are the 2 smallest out of the 6 engines that are available. So it's because of the higher strength and stiffness of CGI that we're able to load them heavily and drive this larger vehicle. If you think back 5 years ago, the F-150 had V8 engine options, a 4.6-liter V8, a 5.4-liter V8, and a 6.2-liter V8. And today we're powering this vehicle with 2 3-liter engines made in Sintercast CGI. And if you really want to make this contribution to the environment, this is the place that you start, right? You start with the big vehicles that consume a lot of fuel, and you start with the vehicles that have a very high volume. It's really no meaning to make 50,000 battery vehicles. If you want to make a big contribution, you make a big reduction in the fuel consumption of a high volume vehicle. Our 2 engines have approximately half of the fuel consumption of the other engine options for the F-150. So that's on the passenger car side. We're just going to scale now. So this is, again, our 3-liter engine scaled down. We also make the diesel engines for the Super Duty pickups in North America. And now these are 6 or 7-liter engines. We still classify these as passenger vehicles. So at Sintercast, we reason that if a vehicle is used to carry a person, and whether he uses it for pleasure or for business, it's still a passenger vehicle. And we only call commercial vehicles the bigger vehicles that carry boxes and freight. Yeah. Today, more than 80% of the Super Duty pickups in North America use a diesel engine, and that's Sintercast, both for Ford and for Ram. And today we're producing more than 1,500 per day of these Super Duty engines. So it's really a big part of our business. There's no meaning to use a gasoline engine in these vehicles. If you're up at 6-7 liters displacement in this heavy vehicle, the fuel consumption is just too high. You'd be stopping at the petrol station twice per week. So that's why the majority of them are diesel engines and will continue to be diesel engines. So let us scale up again. So now we have the 3-liter passenger vehicle engine, the 6 to 7-liter mid-range diesel engine for Super Duty, and we're also producing commercial vehicle engines. So on the commercial vehicle side, as the engines get bigger, the loading is heavier, so the firing pressure inside of the engine is much higher. So there's an even higher need for stronger materials and compacted graphite iron. Today, we produce both the cylinder block and the cylinder head. We do that for 22 different components. Our smallest commercial vehicle engine is 3.9 liters. So think of something like a dump truck or a utility truck. And our largest is 16.4 liters for a long-haul commercial vehicle. And I think that this will be the highest growth opportunity for Sintercast in the future. This is really where we have the need for CGI. And I've said before, I don't know if it will be in 10 years or in 20 years, but in the fullness of time, all heavy-duty commercial vehicle engines will move toward compacted graphite iron. So we can scale up once more. We have our 3 and 6 liter engines, our commercial vehicle engines, which are maybe something like 12 to 15 liters. And we're also active in the industrial power sector. So this is now engines that we do, smaller engines for tractors, agriculture equipment, construction equipment, rail, and here you see an engine that will be used either for marine or for electricity generation, industrial power generation. On these engines, we do the piston rings, as you see in the top left picture. So they range from 250 to 980 millimeters in diameter. And we're also in development of the cylinder liners. So we hope that that production will start soon. We've been in development for some years now, and it's going very well, and that production will begin. So it's not all this size. As I say, the off-road equipment that we make for agriculture, we do a 7.8-liter engine for a tractor. We do 13-liter engine for harvesters. The engines that we do for rail applications are around 100 liters. And then you get these very large engines. So summarizing, for the passenger vehicle application, we're in production of engines that are around 0.5 or 1.0 liters per cylinder. Those 3-liter engines that I showed in the first picture, the petrol engine that we use for the F-150, we produce about 1,000 per day. And then again, as I mentioned, for the Super Duty pickups for Ford and for Ram, we're producing about 1,500 per day. So it's really high volume. On the commercial vehicle side, the engines range from about 1 liter per cylinder to 2 liters. So you think of a 6-cylinder engine, 12 liters, it's 2 liters per cylinder. And for the industrial power, up to 2,500 liters per cylinder. It's really fascinating. It's the same technology. It's an internal combustion engine. It's just scaled up. And we do all of these different sizes of components with the same process control technology. We just changed the calibration of our equipment. So as I mentioned, about 1,000 per day on the passenger vehicle side. We speak of a pyramid in the industry. So you have this pyramid where at the bottom you have the smaller engines, which have a very high volume. And at the top of the pyramid, you have the very large engines, which have a low volume. So for the passenger cars, something like 1,000 per day. Commercial vehicles, if you made 50 to 100,000 per year, it would be a really good runner. And for these very large engines, those companies would be happy if they made 300 per year. Yeah. And then breaking it down into our market penetration, approximately 55% of our current production comes from passenger vehicles, about 40% from commercial vehicles, and 5% from industrial power. And that's reflecting this pyramid that I refer to. I think that longer term we'll maintain a balance something like this, but the commercial vehicles have the highest growth potential, and they will ultimately grow to be our biggest sector. How we do it? So if you were to look under a microscope, this is what compacted graphite iron would look like. It's not a technical meeting, so I don't want to go into that detail. But in terms of the properties of the material, it's about 75% stronger than the normal cast iron or aluminum. It's about 50% more stiff, so you need 50% more energy to bend it. And the most important parameter is what we call the fatigue strength. So if you remember when you were young, you would take a beverage can and you would bend it, yes? And it didn't break the first time you bent it. You had to bend it back and forth, and ultimately it would fail. And this is kind of the measure of fatigue strength. Nothing breaks the first time that we use it, yeah? But if we use it over and over, there's a chance that it will fail. And as engineers, we have to design things to be sure that they won't ever fail. Doesn't matter if it's an airplane or a bridge or an elevator cable or an engine, yeah? And the fatigue strength of compacted graphite iron is double of gray iron, the conventional iron, or aluminum. And that means that we can load it so much more heavily and still be sure that it will never fail, yeah? And by loading it more heavily, we get more performance and better fuel economy. This is a photograph of the equipment that we supply. There'll be a video coming in the next slide. So we install this type of equipment. There's a display for the operator to interact with the equipment. There's 2 modules for him to take a sample. We analyze the iron after the foundry has melted it. The foundry buys raw materials. They melt them in a furnace and put them into a pot. And this pot or ladle will move through the foundry and eventually cast into individual molds. And as it goes from the melting area to the casting area, Sintercast reaches in and we take a sample. And depending on the result of that sample, we can fix the iron before they pour it. And this second machine here is the wire feeder. So if it needs more alloys, we can use this machine to add them to the iron before they start casting. And they know that everything they produce is good up front. So that's a one-time sale. You need one of those for each production line in the foundry. And we then supply the sampling consumable. And so in the first photo, you see the sampling cup. So you use one of these as a consumable for each pot of iron. And this is the temperature measuring device. So that sampling cup, it holds a sample of iron that's about the size of a golf ball. And we let that solidify over 3 minutes. And we measure the temperature as it solidifies. And by measuring the temperature, we can say if it is good or bad. Yeah, and this is the temperature measuring device, and that sits inside of the machine. You can use it 250 times. So breaking down the business model, we sell the equipment. It's a one-time sale up front. And we sell the consumables. It's either one per batch or reused 250 times. And finally, we have a production fee. So it's really a royalty. The industry hates that word, so we call it a production fee. It seems to work. This is a small video then of the system being used in a foundry. So you can see our sampling module. Put the sampling cup on. That temperature, the thermocouple, is inside of the machine. Green light means ready to go. The operator takes a spoon of iron from the ladle. He lifts it over the sampling cup, maybe for 2 seconds, and the sample is there. And now we wait for 3 minutes for the sample to solidify. Here he's just taking a chemistry sample. It's a different thing. So again, taking a spoon of iron from the ladle, lifting it over our sampling cup for a couple of seconds. Yellow light goes on. He can lower the spoon, and now it just sits there and solidifies. When it's solid, as say about 3 minutes, we'll decide how we have to change the iron before starting to cast. It's a really nice technology. It's an elegant technology. The foundry engineers can understand it and can embrace it. And they can also change it. It's not a black box. It's open for them to use it as they wish. So moving from what we do to what we've achieved, this is a plot of the development over the last 10 years of our series production in terms of engine equivalents. And you see that currently we finish at around 3.5 million. In September, we hit 3.9 million. It's a fun story. The last time we were here in March, just the day before, we issued a press release to say we'd broken the 3 million engine equivalent milestone. Yeah. And in September of this year, we had 3.9 million, our highest month ever. So the growth is continuing. In the forecast, 4 million is tangible. We see 5 million. You know, in our industry, you see the order book really well for 3 years. There's a 3-year planning lead time in the automotive industry. As many of you know, we recently signed an agreement to install at the new foundry in Scania. It will ramp up between 2020 and 2025. So we have a better than normal visibility for the next 5 years. And we can see this growth continuing. Our revenue for the 3 quarters year to date was 87.2 million. That's up 38% on 2018. And it's interesting, after 3 quarters, we're more or less equal to the full year revenue of 2018. The operating result for the first 3 quarters is 36 million, and that's up 65%. So what it shows is that we can grow the revenue side without really growing the cost side of the company. Yeah, we've already established the base of the company to serve our customers. So we'll continue to grow on the revenue side, also on the expense side, but the revenue grows faster. If you look at these numbers, so you have 87, you do that math and you calculate it out, you annualize it to the full year. It means we could potentially be something like 115. It's not a forecast, it's just math. We have 23 people. It means that our revenue is 5 million Swedish crowns per employee. And if you do the same thing with the operating result, we're at 36, it's 12 per quarter. That means 48 for the year. Yeah. And again, we have those 23 people. We have a profit of 2 million Swedish crowns per employee. Yeah. So here I am, you know, it's a 2-day event. I think you have about 40 speakers. Think back on Thursday night. How many people of those 40 have 2 million Swedish crowns of profit per employee? We've built a good thing. We've built a really good thing. The series production, as I said earlier, is now 3.5 million. We grew the series production 25% in 2018. And now, through the first 3 quarters of the year, it's actually 32%. So the growth is really strong. The sampling cups, we have consumed 141,900 of them in the first 9 months of the year. That's more or less on pace with the previous year. So we finish, you know, last year we finished at 197,000. Again, do that math. Most foundries don't run on Sundays. Yeah, that's a maintenance day. Most of them have a summer or a winter shutdown. And so if you calculate, it means somebody is taking a Sintercast sample every 2 or 3 minutes somewhere in the world. So again, satisfies every definition of high volume production. And finally, from a compounded annual growth rate point of view, over the last 10 years, we've had an annual growth of 21%. CAGR is always difficult because it depends as much on where you start the calculation as where you finish it. So I've done it also for 5 years, and it's 14%. Whatever you do, it's clearly double digit. And for what we can see looking out over the next 3 to 5 years, we'll maintain that double digit compounded annual growth rate. So concluding, as a market outlook, we see growth in all 3 sectors. It means passenger vehicles, commercial vehicles, and industrial power. Our average installation revenue over the last 10 years was something like 7 million Swedish crowns. At the 3-quarter point, we already had 9.5. Our record is 10.1 in 2013. So you know that all of the 23 employees are fighting to get a record this year. We'll start to see a bigger contribution from tracking, both on the installation side and on the running revenue. We'll continue to have our double-digit compounded annual growth rate. And this running revenue, this is the basis of Sintercast. We've done a really wonderful job to establish the running revenue. To our knowledge, there are only 2 things in the cast iron foundry industry that have established a running revenue. One of them is the Sintercast production fee for compacted graphite iron, and the other is the Sintercast production fee for the tracking technologies. So really good future ahead. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I believe there is time for, well, hopefully at least 2 questions. I would like to start off, as you say, your current operating model is, by any way you look at it, very profitable. I'm just interested here, I mean, have you seen any pushback from the customers? I mean, often in the industries where there is a sort of over-profitability, you tend to see people either wanting to have a piece of the cake or your customers pushing back.
It's not easy to take money from people. Nobody likes to pay. So we had to enforce that from the very early years. We had to establish this business model. I would say to the contrary, our technology is valued, our technology is needed. Our technology, if you think about selling a casting, our total technology fee, the sampling consumables, the production fee, probably works out to around 2 or 2.5%. So every foundry knows that they can stop using our technology tomorrow. What will happen is their scrap rate will increase by more than 2 or 2.5%, and they'll have a net loss. Yeah? And that's why people continue to use it, and people continue to send us money at the end of the month. And to the contrary, there's always a pressure, but we get price increases on a regular basis. So we go back to the customers regularly, and you know, the world changes. We need to increase our prices like everybody else. So pressure always, pushback no, price increases yes.
Yeah. And the final question here before we run out of time, looking into next year, 2020, I think there's a consensus that the commercial vehicle side, if we look at trucks in the US, is expected to decrease. And how do you expect to mitigate this? What do you see are the drivers behind why Sintercast should grow next year?
Yeah, I think you're right that commercial vehicles have been hanging on, so that may go down a little bit in North America. But we have new products coming on stream which offset that, right? So Sintercast is always about what you've got running today and what's new coming in. So if the economy goes down a little bit, the new stuff can more than compensate for it. So we're all about new products coming on stream. This year we've grown a lot, but much of the growth is because the Cummins 6.7 liter engine started at the beginning of the year, and it's running 400,000 engine equivalents. Yeah, so it's the new stuff. It's not just about the economy. And the second thing about next year, we've already announced the Scania installation, which comes in the middle of the year. We recently announced a new installation in Brazil at WHB, which has a purchase option in April. And last week we announced a new installation at FAW. All of those will be made next year. All of those will go to P&L next year. So as I say, we've got an average installation revenue of something like 7 million per year. This year we are already at 9.5, hoping to break the record of 10.1. And I can't possibly see how next year can't be a record. You know, when you already have 3 big installations in the book, and there's always a few that pop up. So whatever we do on the running production side, installations are going to be bigger than normal. Yeah, how can it not be a record year?
Yeah, I think we have to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hej allihopa. Välkomna till ABG Sundal Collier Investor Days. Mitt namn är Viktor Sundberg och jag jobbar som aktieanalytiker här på ABG. Nu ska jag vilja lämna ordet över till Karl Tobieson som kommer presentera bolaget. Ja.
Tack så mycket. Jag tänkte köra på engelska. Jag hoppas att det är okej med alla. Och ni som inte vill lyssna på engelska, ni får chansen att lämna nu. So good morning everyone. My name is Karl Tobieson. I'm CEO of MedCap and I've been so for quite a long time. So I joined the company as an owner back in 2006 and bought my first shares in the summer of 2006, and eventually I entered into the board in 2007, and since 2008, I think it was in June, I became the CEO of the company. So I'll present a bit about MedCap and a bit about what we're doing now, and then we'll leave some room for questions towards the end. So MedCap is a decentralized conglomerate, and our idea is basically to find good companies in the Nordics or Northern Europe. So we have started venturing into Germany as well, and a bit in Holland and the UK. And what we try to look for is companies that have been well run, often by entrepreneurs, but they have, for some reason, they are profitable. They have built a good business. They have good customers that pay the bills, and everything is working. But for some reason, they haven't taken the next step in their development, and that's where we come in. That's where we see potential and opportunity. And as we describe this, that our goal is to create value for our customers and for our shareholders by improving the quality of life within the life science industry. And we take this part about the customer and the customer needs and their what they're looking for very seriously. So every start when we meet a new company, we get involved in the question, what kind of value do you bring to the customers and what kind of value do you bring to the market? And that's a very important question for us to start with. And all the companies that we are engaged with are very focused on this value proposition. And as you see on this slide, there are a number of different customers in this slide. Not only the patients or the users of the products, but we also, of course, focus on what kind of health economics our companies or a potential new company bring to the customer. Because we think that long term, to be a successful and profitable medtech or pharma company, you need to have a clear view on what you bring, what kind of value you bring to society. Typically, the customer, the paying customer in most of our companies are a public healthcare system. And public healthcare systems are under pressure, so they need to find value and they need to show that they bring value. And that's where we fit in. Our products brings value, brings health economics. So we look at the customer from this different perspectives. So the patient, obviously an important customer to bring value to. The healthcare system, obviously a very important customer to bring value to. And also the people within the system that use our products. You won't be successful in this industry unless the people using the products actually enjoys using them and feel that they bring value to their work situation. So currently, as I said, we are a decentralized conglomerate. Our aim is to create value in the businesses we get engaged with. We are currently organized in two different segments, one medtech segment and one specialty pharma segment. Turnover is roughly 700 million Swedish krona, which is just under 70 million euros. Roughly 250 employees in the group as a whole, and we are listed on small cap since was it February 2016, I think. And before that, we were listed on First North. If you look at the map here over Europe, the red spots on the map are the countries where we are currently involved with our own daughter companies or our own sales organizations. So these markets is what we would call home markets. The more, let's say, black, slightly black grayish parts are markets where we have sales that is a bit larger and of importance for us. So we have expanded into other parts of Europe, but they are not our home markets currently. We don't have our own sales organizations in those markets. Besides these, we sell in roughly 50, 60 geographies over the world. So it's not only Europe. And we also have a substantial business in the US and in Australia in our assistive aid company, Abilia. But as you can see on this one, we are still a very Nordic-centric company. So we have 57% of our revenues from Sweden and 27% from the rest of the Nordics. So we're still very, very focused on the Nordic region. And most of our companies and most of our investments have been done here and then expanded out to other parts of Europe. In terms of the two largest markets for us are Sweden and Norway, and that's very much connected to our assistive aid company Abilia, which has a substantial market in Norway. Besides Sweden and the rest of the Nordics, we also have about 15% of our business in Europe, and then a small percentage outside of Europe, just 1%. On the other circle here, you can see that we are engaged in these two areas, medtech area and specialty pharma area, and the medtech business is currently the biggest one. It represents just under 60% of our business, and 40% is specialty pharma. And the reason for this is that we have done more acquisitions into the medtech space, so that has grown faster through acquisitions. The specialty pharma space has been more of an organic growth story for us. So just a quick update on where we stand currently. We are increasing our profits and sales, and during this period, this is 2018 compared to 2019, rolling 12 months. So this would be the end of September 2019. We have grown roughly 5% and about 30% in terms of profits. And the growth has come mostly from our medtech business. This is all organic growth, so there hasn't been any major additives through acquisitions in this particular period. And as you can see, we have increased our profits significantly in the medtech space, and that contributes the most to our current profitability in the group. The pharma space has been more of a challenging situation, but we're now turning a corner, and it's been made mainly due to weak volumes in one of our pharma businesses where we do contract manufacturing for other companies. But when we talk about MedCap, we shouldn't look at single quarters or single years. It's more of a long-term situation that we're aiming for. So we do investments when we acquire a company to grow the company and to develop the market position and sometimes the product portfolio. And since we do investments and we take on more costs in some cases, over a long period of time, hopefully we see some return on those investments. But it's a small company still, so it can be bumpy between quarters. But if you look at the long-term trend, and this is about 10 years back roughly, you can see that we have grown sales with roughly 14% a year, of which half is organic and half is acquisitions. And we have grown our EBITDA with just under 30% a year. So as you can see, these investments that we made in 2014 and 15 has paid off through the later years here. Just a quick note on what type of companies we are currently engaged in. So what we do, we try to find good Nordic or Northern European companies and develop them. And with that comes a number of tools to develop companies. One tool is add-on acquisitions. And we do add-on acquisitions basically all the time. And when we do those, we do them into these 4 companies that we are currently engaged with. So we have Abilia, which is technical aids, very Nordic-centric company currently, but are expanding into Europe, both through organic growth and through acquisitions. So Abilia has made acquisitions in the UK and additional product acquisitions over the years, which has brought some additional markets as well. Then we have Cardiolex, which is an ECG company. And they are a total solution provider within the ECG. So they not only provide the hardware, but also the software solutions. And that's been the key for Cardiolex historically, that they have had very competitive software solutions. So Cardiolex is one of those companies that are currently growing a lot with acquisitions. They have made 2 acquisitions in Germany the past 2 years. And there is a lot of room to grow for a company like Cardiolex, with both organically and with additional acquisitions. And the third company within the medtech space is a company called Impact. They are involved in probiotics and do primary and secondary packaging for probiotic product owners. They're a very niche company. So what they bring to the customer is a fully integrated solution on the packaging side. So when the customer wants to introduce a new product to the market, they make sure that they meet all the deadlines and set the first production batches and start off and then enter into serial production of these probiotics. And then on the other end, on the other side, we have our specialty pharma business, which is organized in one company called Unimedic. Have a number of different businesses within that company, but everything we do currently within pharma is within Unimedic. So I talked a bit about this, what we're looking for and what we try to find. But what's important for us is that we try to find companies that are developable, that we can develop. So we don't get engaged and acquire companies just to own them or just to hold them. We acquire companies that we see a potential for development. This typically means that they have some kind of product base which can be internationalized. That's a typical factor for us. The companies we look for are quite small, so we say the investment size is between 50 and 500 million Swedish krona. Typically, we are on the lower end of that range. So the typical company that would come to us would be within, let's say, 50 to 100 million. And we only do majority. Typically, we own 100% of the companies we own. In some cases, we leave a few percentage points for could be the entrepreneur or could be a CEO that we think is important to have on the journey with us. We have an unlimited holding period, which means that we only sell if there is a favorable situation for us. So creating value. So what we do for value creation, this is similar to a lot of other companies, I guess, but what's most important for us is to maintain this entrepreneurial spirit in the companies that we acquire. Typically, the company has been run by an entrepreneur and his family. Decisions are made around the kitchen table, which there are some pros and some cons with that. But we find that the small companies with entrepreneurial spirit, it is important to maintain that because it gives speed and execution. We also use a lot of different levers to accelerate growth and accelerate profitability in the companies that we are engaged with. And I think the two most important part for us to get engaged with is how do we grow the company organically and how do we find add-on acquisitions to this company that we are engaged with. We have a broad base of people that we can get engaged, a lot of broad network with special knowledge or people that sits with different skill sets that we can bring to our companies, and they can help them for a number of months, and then we can bring them to another company to perform the similar exercise. This is very much towards the operational improvement of our daughter companies. So just a short on this one. So as you can see here, what we want to show you here is basically that a lot of the companies or the acquisitions that we have made have been add-on acquisitions, and we think that that's a very important part of the value creation that we bring to what we're doing here. Is a small company growing it by adding acquisitions, provides scales, gives new markets, gives new products. These are our financial targets. So as I said in the beginning, we are currently just over 700 million in turnover, and our goal is to grow this to twice the size, 1.5 billion, within 3 to 4 years. We will do this by maintaining a profitability and a growth in profits of 15% annual growth. And we will not go over the 3 times net debt EBITDA level in form of indebtedness. And as you can see, you can think that this annual growth target of 15% is quite defensive when you have grown just under 30% in the past. But there is a scale there, so it's more challenging nowadays to grow 30% EBITDA a year than it was when I started in 2006. Management team. So as I said, I've been with the company for a long time. We are currently in a phase where we have done some changes. So we currently have an interim CFO. But we just announced a permanent solution that will join us this spring. We just added a new member to the management team, Johan. And he comes from a background in Philips, has been the CEO of Swedish Philips, and he will be the senior vice president of the MedTech area and take care of that and develop that for us. And Thomas has been with us for soon, I think, 4 years, and he's mostly engaged in the acquisition processes, and he has a banking background. Last slide, just a quick note on the owners. So there are 3 principal owners in the company that have been with the company for quite some time. So it's myself and Bengtsson, who is an entrepreneur within the life science industry. He and I sort of started this journey together back in 2006, 2007. So he's been with the company for 12, 13 years, something like that. And then after a few years, I think back in 2012 or something, Bure, which is a Swedish investment company, joined. And Bengt and Bure are now the principal owners, and myself is the 3rd largest owner. The market cap is around 1.8 billion currently. And as you see, we've been listed on small cap since February 2016. Share price development, the gray line is the index. Nordic Small Cap Index. That's about it. Any questions?
Thank you, Karl, for your presentation. So one question. Your sale came in a bit weaker in Q3, and that was due to some labeling issues in your specialty pharma division. Could you perhaps elaborate a bit more on that and if that will affect the Q4 numbers, for example?
Yes. So what we communicated in Q3 was that we had a problem during the quarter with one of our labeling machines. So there's been a change in the regulatory situation with something called serialization, which means that each individual pharma package needs to be individualized. And to be able to do this, we have acquired new machines, new labeling machines, which label these packages on an individual basis. And for some reason, these machines were damaged in transports to our factory. And we started producing with them back in February, so this was something that we couldn't really foresee, but basically we had a machine failure during Q3. We got them up and running again in Q3, but towards the later end. So we couldn't sort of win back the production we lost during the quarter. But they are up and running, and hopefully we can win back that in the coming quarters.
Thank you. And Cardiolex made an acquisition of a MedTech in Germany. Yeah. Could you perhaps talk a bit more about that and how you think that Cardiolex will grow internationally with that acquisition?
Yeah. So this acquisition is a situation where we have been in contact with the company for a long, long time. So they are basically one of our competitors, but also a small company like Cardiolex. Their turnover of roughly 4.5 million euros. And the situation is that we have a long-term plan of growing Cardiolex into other parts of Europe, not only the Nordics and not only UK, but also into Germany. And our basic idea was that we needed to acquire a platform in Germany to be able to grow it. And this was one of the targets that we were in discussions with. What's interesting about Cardiolex and a MedTech is that they are very complementary in terms of product portfolio. So a MedTech has been very focused on the hardware side, which is natural given that the German market is more hardware focused currently. And Cardiolex has been successful mostly due to their strong software side and database side. So what we try to achieve now is with a MedTech and bringing in Cardiolex offering towards the software side, we can enter into new parts of the German market with a MedTech. And we think that we have a very strong value proposition there when we combine these two offerings.
And just a quick question before we have to wrap up. How do you plan to finance the acquisitions going forward in the company?
So we have a financing solution with a bank, which basically runs on a covenant. So whenever we find a new acquisition, we use this solution to acquire the company. And we currently have no other plans but using that solution that we have basically. And that's the way we financed a MedTech acquisition as well.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Just comment on your, it was announced yesterday evening, quite a large sale of shares from you.
Yeah, so I sold about 1/6 of my shareholdings due to private reason. I'm buying something that is not another share. And as I said in the start, I've been with the company for a long time, so I acquired my first shares in 2006. So it's not really, it's not due to the company itself. It's something else I'm doing privately.
Yeah. Sorry, I think we have to wrap up. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, everybody, welcome to this next presentation. My name is Victor Forsell, working as an equity research analyst here at ABG in the healthcare team. And today I'm glad to welcome Daniel Öhman from GHB, CEO there. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming. It's very nice to be here today, especially given the strong organic growth, the number of acquisitions, the number of startups, and our new contract in Kuwait that we've had just the last year. So my name is Daniel Öhman. I've been with GHB since the start, and I'm the CEO since about 6 years. Looking at GHB, there are two foundations for everything we do. The first is quality through specialization. In order to be really good at something, that means both quality-wise and efficiency-wise, you need to do a lot of it. You need to focus. You can't do a little bit of everything. Therefore, all our Swedish clinics and Danish clinics focus on single patient groups and do nothing else. And in our hospitals in the Middle East, we focus on centers of excellence within the hospitals. The other area is benefit to society or creating value for society. And on the surface, it's quite obvious that we as a private provider provide value to society. Our prices for the same procedure as in the public is about 30% lower. So from an efficiency standpoint, we create a lot of value to society. But there's another area of that equation, so to speak of, and that is in order to, you also need to control the total costs in the society of the healthcare system. And it's rising in all developed countries. And you can also see it in all countries which has a large percentage of private care. Look at US care costs, for example. It's increasing in all countries. So in order to control costs, you also have to make sure to do the right thing. And that's where a private provider could end up in the wrong place, given that the entire motor is to do a lot. That's when you have high revenues and then when you make a profit. But we need sustainable healthcare systems. So that's why our focus is very much on creating value for society, make sure that we do nothing that the patient doesn't really need. And this is a very strong focus for us. It helps attract doctors to our clinics, and it helps attract customers, the ones who pays for the care. So that's part of the reason why we're the largest care provider towards the insurance industry in Sweden. Today we have 3 areas, business areas. The first one is Nordics, which has been with us from the start. There we run specialized clinics focused on single patient groups. We are only located in the major cities, the reason being that in order to really focus, in order to really drive quality, you need volumes. And you cannot be everywhere in Sweden if you want to have high volumes in, for example, orthopedics, spine surgery, or neurology. Then you need to be in the largest cities. And it's better for patients to travel to get good care than that care is spread all over the country. So we're in Stockholm, Gothenburg, Skåne, and Copenhagen. Then we have our international business area, where we export Swedish healthcare knowledge. There's major 2 things. The first being Swedish patient safety standards. In Sweden, we have a lot of focus on always improving, always making sure that we talk about our mistakes. If you don't talk about your mistakes, you cannot improve. And this is where Sweden really stands out internationally. We're very good at always being better and being quite open with our mistakes. As doctors, as nurses and everything, we're not afraid. And that's the other area which we export, it's Swedish leadership. So in order to have this culture of openness that you need in a hospital in order to improve quality, you need to have a leadership which encourage that kind of behavior and do not punish. And that's the problem in many of these countries where you really punish mistakes. If you make mistakes, you're fired. And if you're fired in this part of the world, it means that you're sent home to your home country. So it's really a big thing to be fired in these countries. And if you're fired for making mistakes, you will not talk about any mistakes. And then you will not have a good quality outcome. And we've been able to really show that we have increased the quality outcomes a lot. Meaning many more survivors, for example, among the guest workers in Öhman in United Arab Emirates. Our last business area is vårdsamverkan. And here we really talk about creating value for society. the normal care system where you are reimbursed per procedure or per visit, per surgery and so on, really drives that you do a lot of care. And it's really difficult to invest in preventive care. It's difficult to invest in digital care if it lowers the amount of care consumed, which should be the goal. And it also doesn't focus at all on quality. So within Vårdsamverkan, we take care of the entire population for an insurance company. So we say that for this population, we promise that you will have a significant savings the next year. It's guaranteed. We promise you good access to care, timely access to care. We promise good quality outcome and happy patients. That's our promise there. And I will talk a little bit about what it is we do in order to achieve this. This is our finances, the last since 2017. Here we have rolling 12 turnover. What's really been driving this quite large growth, it's almost all organic, is we've been able to be quite attractive employers, so we can attract doctors and nurses. It's not that difficult for us. We're also working a lot with efficiency, because during this time period, all our prices in the Nordics has been going down or standing still. And salaries are increasing quite rapidly in the healthcare system, healthcare sector in Sweden. So we really have to do more with our resources every day. So this focus on always doing more, always using all our resources to treat as many patients as possible, has led to this increase in turnover. And for example, it's by shortening the amount of stay, it's by really thinking through your schedules, making sure that you use the last seconds of every day, all the time. Because almost all our costs are fixed. We have also signed new contracts in Kuwait during this period. And looking at profit, it comes from the same efficiency work as I just described. Always improving. That's the name of the game, so to speak, as in all sectors. So looking at Nordics, what is it that we do? There are 3 parts to our Nordic clinics. The first one is quality for specialization. So all clinics focus on a single patient group. For example, if you come to Spine Center Stockholm here at Löwenströmska, you will be able to get an advice on what's your problem. You will be able to get physiotherapy if that's what you need. You will be able to get all kinds of surgery if that's what you need. And we will also be able to help you with rehab if we cannot help you with surgery or normal physiotherapy. We can help you with rehab to really learn how to live with your pain, learn how to deal with this in your everyday. So no matter what your problem is, as long as it's not acute, if you have a back problem, we will be able to help you. That means that as a patient, you don't have to jump around between different providers. You know, if you come to one of our clinics, you will be helped. The other part that it gives is that if you have all the tools that you might need, it's have a higher likelihood of getting the right kind of care. And you can also redesign the care chains around the different specialties, which you cannot if you only focus on, for example, surgery, which is quite common in the private sector. So these focus clinics, which do a lot of one thing and nothing else, and get really good at it. The other part we really also want to change, given how the Swedish system, hospital system works, is to have the staff involved in the everyday. I think that a lot of the problems with the Swedish system today and the large hospitals is that the staff doesn't feel involved in the decisions. They are standing on the side saying, these are the politicians' errors or someone else's problems. We didn't create this. These are a lot of stupid decisions. We will not solve their problems. And you need your staff to be involved and really want to succeed and to want you as an organization to succeed. So that's why we work in a very decentralized structure, where a lot of decisions are taken at the clinic level, where everybody feels, I can make an impact here. I can make a difference no matter what my role is in the clinic. And the leading physicians mostly, who take a larger interest in the clinic, can also become co-owners. And if it's an acquisition or a startup, they can be quite large co-owners, up to around 30–40%. The second generation co-owners are around below 10% always, in order for us to use taxes efficiently. And in order to support these clinics which are focused, have a lot of involved staff, we have a small team of focus resources at the head office, which are not there to make decisions. They are there to help and support the clinics to succeed. And when you do a lot of one thing and you have a committed staff, then you will really succeed in both being efficient and have a high quality. And the patients, they notice this when you come to your clinic. They feel here everybody wants to work together. Here it's an efficient structure. They take good care of you because everybody in the clinic wants to succeed. And that's much better than any decisions I can make at the top. Going to international, I would like to go into a little bit of the history of us in that part of the world. So within international, we only work in the Middle East, in the GCC countries. We've been there since 2008 when we started up Rashid Center for Diabetes and Research. It's a diabetes center, focus clinic, which fits very well with our Nordic strategy. It's a clinic which we're very, very proud of. We didn't do too much for almost 7 years in the region. We were just running this clinic, very proud of it, but had a full focus on our Nordic business. Then in around 2015, the local government came to us and said that we want to have a procurement process for all public healthcare in Öhman, which is one of the 7 emirates, including your diabetes center. So then we had to make a decision. Are we to become a hospital provider in this part of the world, or are we to leave? And we had a really strong history. We had, during all these years, been well paid, had a clinic which we were really proud of. We had a lot of Swedish politicians coming there, showing what we could do also in Sweden if we got the opportunity. So we said, no, let's try this. So we put in a tender, and given our history, we had a lot of support from the local community, which meant that we could win that tender. And we took, in 2016, we took charge of 4 hospitals in total. The diabetes center, 1 women and children hospital, 1 acute hospital, which is the largest acute hospital in all of Northern Emirates, and 1 small acute hospital, which they never had opened, which we were to open and now have opened. So we have had a lot of build-up period since 2016, where we have had to create a lot of new knowledge in-house, and also with the help of consultants and so on. We felt after a while that this is going quite well. We can do this. We appreciate it. We've been able to open these hospitals, which they have not been able to open themselves. So we established a business development office around 2017, 2018. This summer, in 1st of July, we took charge of a hospital in Kuwait. It's a private hospital, this one. It's built 7 years ago, but never opened, as it quite often is. 3 out of 5 hospitals which we run in this part of the world have been built when we come, and since many years not opened. So that tells you quite a lot about the decision making in this part of the world, which is where we can also make an impact. So since 1st of July, I've been in Kuwait every 2nd week, and we're quite well on track. And we've also now established a Saudi business development office, where we really want to focus on diabetes. There we take what we really know well from the Nordics, running focus centers, to a part, and what we also have been doing in the region since 2008 in Öhman, to Saudi, where they have a huge diabetes problem. And they really need international providers to help them with that. And we also have added some competence to the board from Diaverum's former CEO, Dag Andersson. So we're very optimistic about what we can do here. Just to give you a view of what we do, this is Sheikh Khalifa Medical City, Öhman. So that's the name for all the 4 hospitals which we run in United Arab Emirates. And this is the hospital which we are opening up now in Kuwait. So it's purely private. This one will be an elective hospital mostly. So that means no acute patients. Then we have vårdsamverkan. And that's when we focus on moving from this transactional structure where we get paid per procedure to looking at an entire population. This is also something I think will in the future export also to the Middle East, because if you think that there might be a little bit extra production of care in the Swedish healthcare system, it's much worse in the Middle East. Quite often doctors are paid per procedure, per visit, but they're also paid for any fees that are generated within the hospital for their patients. So they are quite likely to send patients to the MRI, to the lab, and so on, because they get a kickback for everything they do. And this does not create sustainable systems. And we need to control the healthcare spending in all of these countries, no matter if it's large public or private structure. And this is how it quite often works no matter if it's private or public. But since we're here working with insurance companies, I will have an insurance patient as an example, and this is just an example. We have a patient with shoulder pain. He or she will call his insurance company. They will book you to a doctor because they are timed on how many calls they answer per minute. So they will try to help the patient as quickly as possible, which means sending you to a doctor because that's the easiest. Everybody's happy if they get to see a doctor. The doctor has won a tender, has the lowest price per meeting. So he wants to have a quite short visit. That means it's better to send for an MRI, so then you can have a short visit. And the patient will be very happy. Most patients want to have an MRI. It's quite expensive procedure. It's going down now. But then after MRI, you will come back to the doctor, or you might get a phone call if they try to save a little bit of money at least. Once again, you have a high cost, total cost here. And then you go to a physiotherapist. In this case, it's just an example. You don't need surgery in this example, but you need to see a physiotherapist. This physiotherapist has been also tendered and has the lowest price per visit. That means that you want to have many visits. The first visit is quite a lot of work. You need to educate the patient, you need to talk a lot with the patients. Visit number 5, the patient will just come in and say hi and then go and do their exercises. You probably don't need to be at the physiotherapist and you don't need to pay the physiotherapist for that visit, but those are the visits where you make the money in the normal system. So in total, you get quite a lot of cost for this patient who just had a simple shoulder injury which needs some physiotherapy. But this is how it normally the care chain looks for an insurance patient. What we do in Vårdsamverkan is that when you contact the insurance company, it's us answering the phone, or now we don't answer the phone directly anymore. Now you get a questionnaire, a dynamic questionnaire with a lot of questions. Depending on what you have answered, we will send you to different care paths. So for this example, let's say that we use the same care path as above, but instead of doing doctor visit, MRI, and then another doctor visit, we can have a doctor visit, a little bit longer doctor visit, where we use ultrasound in the same visit. We know from the beginning that we will need this for this type of pain and this type of shoulder problem. So we save a lot of money, and we also save a lot of visits and appointments for the patient. Then we have a little bit longer physiotherapy visits, where we really try to educate you as a patient. You get our app we have like 800 films of different types of exercises so that you can work out by yourself. We really try to find exercises that you can do at your home instead of needing all equipment at the physiotherapy. And that means that even if each part is a little bit more expensive, the total package gets a lot cheaper and simpler for the patient. And this is just an example. The important part is that we change focus. So in each clinic, we change focus from discussing, okay, how many procedures do we do per day? How many visits do we have per day? We need to fill all the schedules and make sure that each of them is as efficient as possible. We start looking at the other direction. Okay, how is the total care chain as efficient as possible? In order to really build this structure and to be able to work with this long term, we built a data layer where we import all the data from the questionnaires and then data from all the patient record system that you will encounter down the way, and also the follow-up questions into one data layer where we can continuously work. Okay, which patient were not satisfied with this patient path? Normally in the healthcare system, you don't even know what path the patient has taken. And you don't know the outcomes. And you don't know what the questions were to start with. You just end up in a maze where every part has been provided by the cheapest provider. So by this way, we can really, really make a lot of savings. And these savings we can save with our customers. So looking forward, we are very positive to all 3 areas. In the Nordics, we have leading clinics. We have excellent results in all the national registries. We have staff that wants to start working with us. We have patients in line. So we continue to build and expand our business in the Nordics through startups, through acquisitions, and growing existing clinics. within international, we have now 2 contracts, which is a good base for going further, especially into Saudi. And then we have vårdsamverkan, where we have shown that the concept works. We can already now show and promise our customers that we'll save quite a lot of money for them, and that we'll have happy patients and good results. But we have a long journey ahead of us, but we're now in a position where we want to take new contracts. We have shown that the concept works. So that's what I was planning to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. And congratulations to a solid 2019 so far.
Thank you.
Solid organic growth and earnings picking up. What do you see as your main own execution risk in order to sustain this growth and these earnings in the years to come?
Yeah. The important part to always, for us to in the Nordic business, to always look at is to use all our fixed costs. So in our clinics, between 60 and 70% of all costs are fixed, no matter the amount of patients coming in. So we can never outgrow demand, not for a single day. Then we will start having a lot of losses. We make our money by the last patients each month, so to speak. So we need to grow sensibly. There is a big demand, but the public system might be a bit fiddly. So for example, before each election, there is a lot of demand. We never answer up to that because they want to get rid of the queues before the election. They started 1 year before the election, and they start asking you, can you take extra patients? We always say no to that. Because if you build up there, then you will have a lot of costs after the election.
And you have alluded to it during your presentation here, but the current price pressure that you see in some of your services, and I know that you have a lot of efforts in order to mitigate those. Could you please spend some time on that?
Sorry, I didn't pick up the beginning of the question.
Oh, sorry. If you could spend some time on the price development that you have right now, and what your efforts are in order to mitigate that situation.
So for the last 12 years, our price has been going down every year. Now they're going down a little bit more slowly, and that's mostly because salaries has picked up. So there's some kind of balance in it. I think that the major part which we're working on is to actually ourselves have the confidence to raise prices. So we need to, as an industry, change the mindset. Of course, we should have a price increase every year. And if you look at our competitors, now all of them have been bought and sold and so on, but they are not making money on specialist care. And if you look at Grant Thornton's report, which came out 2 days ago, the profitability within private specialist care has been going down quite a lot the last years. You have a slower growth also. So you have less investments in private specialist care. You have competitors losing money on it. So I think it's the perfect opportunity to kind of change the industry standard and start raising prices each year. And there are 3 ways of our prices being set. The first is insurance companies. There it's the negotiations like all other industries. We have the public procurement. There you set your own prices, so you just have to have the confidence. And then you have Vårdval here in Stockholm, which is a bit more tricky because then the politicians and the public system sets your prices. So there you really have to push for it. But there we have a lot of our competitors have been closing down businesses this year and last year, especially Aleris. So that helps quite a lot also in that sense. So I think it's going forward in the more of the right direction, and also hopefully salary increases will drop off somewhat. For example, here in Stockholm, Karolinska was offering very high salaries for nurses for a while. And I think they're not doing that anymore. They were like 10,000 kronor more per month than what we're paying. And I think they will stop doing that now.
And just lastly, on your management contract in Kuwait, what do you expect? What does that mean for you as an organization, a contract like that for the coming years in terms of new deals that you could achieve in the region?
So what's really been important for us the last 1.5 years is to secure another contract to show that this is not a fluke, that we can do this, that we can expand in the region. We know how to do this. We have been practicing this since 2008. Now we've shown this with the second contract. It's also very good because we enter Kuwait, and we're the first international operator of a general hospital in Kuwait. There are some specialist smaller hospitals which have international operators, but we're the first one with with the general hospital. So it's the largest private, which is internationally operated. So I think it's opened up quite a difficult market, which is very difficult to enter. So there are much less competition than in UAE. And it's also a good base for going forward in other countries in the region.
Daniel, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, and thank you all.
So, welcome everyone to ABG Sundal Collier Investor Days. My name is Viktor Sundberg, and I work as an equity research analyst covering the healthcare sector. And today we have the pleasure of having Saniona with us here today, and Jørgen, the CEO. And I will host a short Q&A after the presentation. So please, Jørgen, go ahead.
Thank you, Victor, and thank you for the invitation to be here at the ABG Days. I'm Jørgen Drejer, co-founder and CEO of Saniona. It's a Danish biotech company, and we are listed here in Nasdaq Stockholm Small Cap. So we were founded back in 2012, and we are focused in the orphan disease space, in the rare disease space. And actually, we came out with some very encouraging phase 2 data just a couple of months ago on our lead product, Tesomet, in one of these rare diseases, Prader-Willi syndrome. I'll get back to that. So, with the introduction here, we, as I said, are focused in rare diseases. And the product Tesomet we are developing in 2 diseases, in Prader-Willi syndrome and in hypothalamic obesity. And we have the intention of going all the way from these phase 2 data to the clinic and actually to market the drug. We see a very interesting market opportunity here in the $1 billion range in both of these indications. So although the diseases are rare, the prices are high and the market expectations are really big. We also have founded the company on a very solid technology base, and these programs have come out of that, but also a number of other programs that we have partnered over the years. We've partnered with Pfizer, with J&J, and also with Boehringer Ingelheim and several other companies. And all these partnerships have actually funded, paid for all the research we've done over the years and even some of our clinical studies. So I also claim that we have a profitable platform business on top of the orphan drug. And this has also delivered new programs into our own pipeline that we could position in the orphan disease space. So I think although we are a biotech company, there are not that many biotech companies at this meeting today and tomorrow. And it's perceived that there is a very high risk in biotech, but also a very big upside opportunity. And that is, of course, very true. I think Saniona is a little special in that respect because we have some programs that we really know works in the clinic. We have shown that in the clinic, which is the main risk in the products. Also, we have a broad pipeline, so therefore we risk diversify. And also, we have made all these partnerships that have paid many of the costs. Here are some information about the company, market cap of around 800 million Swedish. So now I'll show the pipeline with this product Tesomet in the top for these 2 indications I talked about in phase 2 and where we want to bring it all the way. We have 2 other programs here that are currently positioned for partnerships. They come out of our ion channel platform, but as I said, could also be positioned in the orphan disease space. And then a number of other programs that are currently partnered. I'll not go into details with that now. Maybe if we have time by the end, I can talk about a few of them. But there is a Boehringer deal here. And also, I will just mention the collaboration that we have with Medix in Mexico, because they are now in the process of filing for an application for the drug tesofensine in the obesity field. They just completed phase 3 studies about a year ago and have now done the registration package. So we expect them to be able to market our first drug next year in Mexico. So tesofensine, Tesomet, I'll mention these products a number of times in this presentation, and it actually, Tesomet is also based on tesofensine, this unique weight loss drug, but this is a combination drug, a better version of tesofensine, I can say. We'll come back to that. So the Tesomet product we see as a go-to-market opportunity in these 2 orphan indications, Prader-Willi syndrome and hypothalamic obesity. And these two diseases, they are rare, but they are also terrible diseases. They are characterized by a number of problems, but the main problem is that these patients have no appetite control whatsoever. And this is really life-threatening, at least for the Prader-Willi patients. They will have such an urge to get food into their mouths that they can suffocate from the food. They can have bowel rupture because they simply just continue to eat and eat until the bowel ruptures. And there's a very high death rate due to accidents in this disease. So we need to control them all the time. There's a low prevalence, but we estimate the market potential could be in the order of $3 billion. The other disease I'll talk about later, but this is a genetic disease. This is actually an acquired disease where there's also a complete loss of appetite control, and there's also a $1 billion market opportunity there. I mentioned we just completed the phase 2A studies in the Prader-Willi syndrome, saw very encouraging data, and now we are preparing for the last part of the development, the pivotal studies, phase 2B, phase 3 studies, and potential filing in 2022. In the other indication, we are in the middle of the phase 2 studies and have just completed the recruitment in the study and should read out about half a year from now. We think the rest of the development could be faster and also the potential for filing in 2022. So actually we have two very interesting opportunities here, which is also provides some risk mitigation. So I already talked about the disease, Prader-Willi syndrome, some of the characteristics of the disease, which is caused by a genetic defect. This addiction, obsession with food, and also a short life expectancy. And these patients also have other problems. But in the most problematic, the hyperphagia, we call it, this urge to eat all of the time, really means that the caregivers need to be looking at them all the time, need to lock up all food and so on. They also have some intellectual disabilities which make it even worse. There's been a company in the field that showed how the market potential could be. They showed how the clinical studies could be, how the regulatory interaction could be. That was a company called Safdien. And there were a number of analysts following that company and estimated a $3 billion opportunity in the Prader-Willi syndrome, divided in US, Europe, and Japan here, and with a pricing structure like this. We think this is a very interesting business opportunity for us because we can do the studies, these very small studies, 100, 200 patients, short studies, and also we know all the patients, all the patient organizations, at least in Europe and US. Now to how the drug tesofensine works, and then I'll also get into what tesomet is. It's a drug tesofensine that will increase the levels of these three drugs in the brain, these three transmitters in the brain: dopamine, serotonin, and noradrenaline. Dopamine is essential for controlling the reward system, so you can actually decrease the craving for food by pushing on dopamine. Serotonin and noradrenaline are very important for regulating appetite. So by pushing on these, you'll reduce appetite. And on top of that, noradrenaline also will increase the general burn in the body, the general fat burn, which also contributes to the efficacy. But it also increases the heart rate, the pulse. And that is a reason why we do not want to develop tesofensine in chronic diseases as the Prader-Willi syndrome. There we prefer the better version, the tesomet product, where we've added a so-called beta blocker, which take away this increase in heart rate. So it's a completely cardiovascular neutral drug. And also with that combination, the tesomet, we have a completely new patent position. I mentioned tesofensine is a very, very effective weight loss, probably the most effective weight loss drug in the world. And this is just a study that was done several years back, an obesity study done in Denmark using 3 different doses. And what you can see is that the loss of weight in the tesofensine group, for instance, here in the mid group, was around 11-12% of weight loss. And that is really unique. And if you take that out to 1 year, this would be about 15% or 14-15% of weight loss. And this is all driven by the effects in the brain, by the reduction in craving for food and in appetite, which is shown on these scores. And it's exactly this level of tesofensine, 9 nanogram per mil, or around 10 nanogram per mil, you need to get this efficacy. So we decided to go into these rare diseases, into Prader-Willi syndrome, because this is exactly what is the problem here. Craving for food, a loss of appetite function. So we did actually several small studies in 18 patients in total, both in adult patients and later on also in teenagers. And we did different doses and different treatment lengths, both placebo-controlled and also open label. And this is, I'll not go into much detail here, but this is really an overview of all the things that was done in that phase 2A study. First in adults at 0.5 milligram, then in the teenagers at a quarter of the dose, 0.125, and then continued in an open label at the same, and then continued into another open label at the double dose. And this was really to get as much information about this patient population and the drug as possible. So there's a number of measurements every month during the study. These data from the study have been presented at the International Prader-Willi Society meeting in Havana just a couple of weeks ago, and this was really very well taken there. So I'll not show all the data again, but just to give a summary of what we see. And in this schematic version, you can see the 3 different doses that were used and the different levels of the tesofensine in the blood, 4 to 6, 8 to 10, 20 to 40, and also the effect that we saw on this hyperphagia, the craving for food, and also on the weight, BMI, and the tolerance. So what was seen, conclusion is that it's the 0.25 milligram that gives us the right level of tesofensine in the blood, and that gives a very, very significant reduction in the hyperphagia, 68%, and also a very nice weight loss in just 3 months, 4%, which would be equal to maybe these 15% in a year. And it was very well tolerated at that dose. At the higher dose, we got very high in plasma concentration, in blood concentration of the drug, very good efficacy. But then at these very high doses, there was also some aggravation of existing symptoms and some dropouts. So this is probably too high for most of the patients, whereas the low dose was probably too low for most of the patients, but still very well tolerated. So that was the overall conclusion. And we followed, as I said, the patients day for day almost during this period, and have looked at plasma concentration. We've looked at the effect on weight, for instance. And here, if you just see this patient growing in weight all the time, then when you get to the 0.25 dose, he drops in weight. And then when he gets out of the treatment, he takes on weight again. And we can plot this as a function of the level of the drug in the blood. And although there's of course, big variation day to day on weight, month to month, you can see that the monthly weight change goes down and down and down if you increase the concentration in the blood. And this is actually true for all the patients. This is just another one starting on placebo. And again, if you go up in dose in concentration in blood, you'll get in this range. And here we plotted all of them, and you can see the regression lines here. They will all lose weight, and this is the statistics on it. Very, very robust, although there are so few patients. We have p-values of 0.005, 0.003 here. So we can very well predict what the weight loss will be in this study. So the conclusion from the phase 2A Prader-Willi study is that we have de-risked and have a guidance for the pivotal studies, in that we have proof of concept in the PVS. We have found the right dose, 0.25 milligram, which is the right in both adolescents and in adult patients. We have a strong correlation between the effect and the dose and the plasma level, and also we know we can give the drug for a very long time, up to 9 months, and have learned also additional things that we'll put into the design of the next study, including that we'll have 2 endpoints, again reducing the risk of failure. So this is the clinical study that we will run in phase 2b, phase 3 arms, placebo, a fixed dose of 0.25, and then the flexible dose where we start with 0.25 and go up to 0.375. And there will be a open label extension of that. And immediately after that, we'll run the same study into a phase 3 setting with just one of these doses. So it'll take about a couple, 2 to 3 years to do this. Now, the hypothalamic obesity, I mentioned this is not a genetic disease, it's actually acquired disease. It's a damage to the brain and this part of the brain where the appetite center is. Usually it's a benign tumor, craniopharyngioma, that grows into this area and destroys the appetite center. And it can also, when it's taken out, this tumor, that there is this damage. And then they lose the appetite control, and from one day to the other go from slim persons to very, very big persons. Cannot control the food intake at all. And they get a number of other disease complications on top of that. The prevalence probably a little lower than in Prader-Willi syndrome, but otherwise we think it's at least as simple, maybe even simpler to do the clinical studies here. As I mentioned, we have just completed recruitment in the study, and the first patients are now through the double-blind part of the study and into the open label extension. So we read out in Q2 next year. And are very optimistic based on what we've seen so far in the other indications here. So tesofensine is now a very well-studied drug, and also now Tesomet. It's more than 1,700 subjects that have received the drug, 18 phase 1 studies, 8 phase 2 studies, 1 phase 3 studies, and here going up to 5 studies on Tesomet. So we know the safety profile of the drug very, very well, and it seems to be very well tolerated. I'll have a couple of minutes to talk about the rest of the pipeline, and so I'll not spend time on these 2 programs, which are unique drugs came out of our ion channel platform, showing treatment of a new treatment principle in pain and in itching, and this is for general inflammatory diseases and autoimmune diseases. This is phase 1 ready. This is where we selected a candidate recently. But I will show a couple of slides on the Medix product. This is a program that we spun out a few years ago with Atlas Ventures in US, and they have a product now that we'll get royalty on that's in phase 2 and got some interesting data recently. We have this collaboration with Boehringer in schizophrenia field, and we are doing the studies in cocaine addiction. This is all paid for by the partners. So Medix is a leader in the obesity market in Mexico. They have their own clinics, have about half of this market of $250 million US dollars. And they have got the rights from us to develop and launch tesofensine in Mexico and Argentina on top of that. And we'll get double-digit royalties on that. They just completed this phase 3 study very successfully last year, now in registration phase and potentially commercialization from next year. So this will be very interesting for me personally, because this would be the first drug I would bring to the market. It was made in my labs several years ago, and it takes a long time to get there. So just to the near-time inflection points, there will be a lot of things happening over the next half year. And I mentioned with the Prader-Willi thing, we just got the data, and now we also expecting data in hypothalamic obesity, and we should start the pivotal studies next year. Tesofensine filing in Mexico, later in Argentina, and then a number of milestones in our early stage platform, going into phase 1 with this one, candidate bringing this into the clinic. New milestones in Caden, Bøving, and so on. And also we expect to make new partnerships deals on our early stage programs within the coming period. So I'll just end up by this slide, which is from Dora Tørak, who actually is the primary investigator in these Prader-Willi studies. And it's really very encouraging to speak with her when she comes and visit us, because she's seen these patients, and I think what she says is, to me, even more important than what we see in the data. She really believes this is a very effective drugs for these patients. Nothing else has worked there, and this is a statement that she put in the press release. Also, she says that several of the parents to the patients have come back to her after the study was completed and asking whether they could get some more tesofensine, because now the patients are taking on weight again. They have this extreme hyperphagia, and also the autism and other symptoms that they had are coming back again. So they are very convinced that this is a drug that works, and we need to get it to the patients as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jørgen, for your presentation. So the next milestone, as you alluded to, is the hypothalamic obesity trial that will read out in the beginning of next year. So maybe could you highlight what would be considered a success in that study, and what the endpoints that you're looking at in that study are?
Yes, since it's the first study we do in this indication, we have put it up as a safety study just to understand whether this again, very atypical patient population, how they would react to the drug. But so far we've seen it goes very well in the first part of the study, so I'm very optimistic there. But we have a number of other endpoints, of course, that we are even more interested in, and one is the hyperphagia part. And there's an appetite score and other scoring system that addresses that urge to eat. And also there is, of course, measurements on the weight, on the BMI, and on all the metabolic parameters, because these patients are also getting very big, and that can have metabolic disease consequences.
Yeah. And how much weight would these patients need to lose in order for you to see a good efficacy signal? Or
yeah. It is considered the same in this patient population as it is in general obesity, that if you actually would be able to lose 5% of weight, then you'd get out of the dangerous zone where you have a higher risk of prediabetes, diabetes.
Yeah, and in Prader-Willi syndrome, you showed a 68% reduction in hyperphagia score for the patients that went through the study. And how does that compare to the competitors in the US that you mentioned here that had such high expectations in terms of peak sales and so on?
Yes, I mentioned the company Safgene. They're actually out of business now because that drug turned out to be toxic, but it was actually quite effective on losing weight, and there was about 30% reduction in this hyperphagia score. There are a number of other companies that also moved into the field. They're just addressing hyperphagia, not really the weight. They are usually getting about 20 to 40% of reduction in this hyperphagia score, depending on how you look at it. But this drug appears to have a much higher potential. We've seen 68%, and in the first study in the adult patient, we actually saw an almost 100% reduction in hyperphagia. It seems we can completely take away this drive in some patients. And also, Dora Tørak mentioned that some of the patients even left food on the plate, which they've never done before in their life. So I think this is uniquely more effective on hyperphagia. And then it, in addition to that, also works on the weight, and I think you need to have effect on both of these to get a really successful drug on the market. You may be approved on just one of these endpoints, but we think it's very important that you drive both of them.
And for the Prader-Willi, the next step, when will that study start, and how much do you think it will cost to run this study, and also the hypothalamic obesity study?
Yes, so we'll start the study sometime mid next year. We are now preparing for the filing for the IND in the US. This will mainly be a US study, and we expect the price tag in total will be around $30 million for these two years of trial. And so that is a big bill, but when you're getting into pivotal study, it gets very expensive. So one big part of that is the production of the tablets and all these what we call CMC expenses. But that we don't need to repeat when we go into hypothalamic obesity. So we expect the pivotal studies in hypothalamic obesity would just be $10 million. So in total, $40 million to get these drugs to the market.
Okay. Yep. Yep. Thank you very much, Jørgen. Thank you everyone for coming.
Okay, all right. So, hello and welcome to ABG Introduce Investor Days. Now we're going to hear from Robert Wu, who's the CEO of Oboya Horticulture, and my name is Oskar Wikström, and I work as an analyst here with ABG. So, I'll leave the word to you.
Thank you. Well, welcome, and actually, I'm also the founder of the company, so I've been doing this business in the past 13 years. Before that, I was working for New Wave Group as Asian manager. So that's one of the companies I think most of you know. Oboya Horticulture Industries is actually working in a very fragmented market. So there we do see certain similarities with the New Wave Group, actually. That's a very fragmented market, but it's very, very big internationally. Well, our vision, sorry that's in Swedish. I understand that everybody understands Swedish. So our aim is to be a leading supplier within the horticulture industry. What do we mean horticulture? We mean is under glass roof. That's a facilitated horticulture, and not open field business. Growing is our business. We help our customers grow their products. And also our company that we are aiming at growth. We are basically a manufacturing company and also combining our own distribution channels, which means we're cutting the middleman within the distributions. So that we're combining our own production capacities in the market. I started the business in China and slowly growing into other markets that established in Sweden because of my previous connections with Sweden. And now we are in, say, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Norway, and then we have our production facilities in Poland, China, Vietnam, and then we also have, say, businesses in Japan, India, Kenya, and other countries. So totally we do have sales in 60 countries around. Yeah, here you see where we are. In total, we have around 500 people because we have the production facilities. Here you can see a few of our factories. Actually, those factories, we own those properties. That's the one on the left side that's in Poland, outside of Warsaw. It's a 22,000 square meters factory. And we'll continue to upgrade the facilities. And on the right side, that's a factory in China. So here you see that we have, say, our own production facilities. That meaning we have, say, product development, so that we have our own control regarding, say, quality, and also regarding delivery times, so that also keeps the efficiencies in our manufacturing processes. Yeah, I want to add that we have in total today 6 production facilities. And a few months ago, we had 10. That's actually, I'll come back to that, that we are in the process of consolidating even ourselves and to achieve efficiencies in the operations. That's quite interesting. I brought a few examples, actually, that I think everyone knows it, that you see in every Swedish shops. And I can give you a number. In Sweden, we produce 125 to 150 million pieces of this. So each person consumes around 11, 12 pieces a year. So that's actually, we produce, or we help our customers set up facilities. Say, we produce, build factories. We call that plant factories. And then we supply everything besides the green part. So that's actually quite easy to understand what we do. So we supply substrates, meaning the inside how you grow your products. We supply nutritions. We supply packaging solutions. We supply logistics solutions within the plant factory. And we also provide packaging solutions to keep the products fresh in the stores. We also help our customer to market their products, meaning that we provide the design of the packaging, we help our customers position themselves in the marketplaces. We also take one example for you to understand our customer structure. On the left side, that we have growers, professional growers who grow salads, herbs, flowers, pot plants, so whatever they grow. Also, for instance, cannabis, that whatever is growing that we could provide our services. So that's professional growers. Then the products to be distributed by wholesalers. So there we provide, packaging solutions, logistics solutions to our customers. So also, some of the customers are selling through retailers. Then we have also some of the products selling to private users. And then we have, Bauhaus, you can find our products, Bullist, you can find our products, and Yenia and Plantation. So that gives you some idea of those known brands, that you know that which kind of customers we are serving in the international markets. It's very traditional. I mean, growing has been ever since mankind. That's for 2 million years, or how you define that we have a growing business. But nowadays, because of the efficiencies and the industrializing of the agricultural business, a lot of the agricultural production is under facilitated manufacturing. For instance, these I regard it as industrial production. It's a 365 days production, never ends. So every day we ship out to stores. And the production continues throughout the year without being affected by weather, whatever the conditions. So this is industrialized the production process. It's I would say a lot of local producers, a lot of local actors. So there we see a lot of consolidation possibilities to build up a sizable business internationally. Last year, we relooked our strategy, that we redefined that we have 2 home markets. That's Scandinavia. So here we have a lot of focus to service our customers in the Nordic countries. Then we are focusing on the Chinese market. Then we look at the export market. Then we look at, 4 key export markets. That's Holland, US, Poland, and Germany. That we look at that as a key export market. Then we have, other export market that we don't have that focus. The market is very big. I have to admit we don't have an exact estimation of the total size of the market, but we roughly estimate a 15% of the product value is related to us. Substrates, nutritions, the facilities, and the packaging materials, and so on. So it's roughly 15% of the value. We are still very small, even though we are doing $500 million sales, but we are still very, very small company. And therefore, I do see that we have great growth potentials in the international markets. And at this moment, we see there's a mega trend that we have close to customer production, which gives us an additional advantage that a lot of growers are relocating themselves to key markets. For instance, those production is produced here in Stockholm, just outside of Stockholm. We see that trend is actually applying to a lot of markets. And we also see that we have a trend that using recycled materials and then also, we'll say, biodegradable materials. So therefore, that we're investing in those, say, product innovations. Yeah. So here, there's again, we are a small, I would say, I still call ourselves as quite a small company, and then we are quite international, and we could provide customers one-stop shopping solutions, including, say, the services, as I say, packaging designs, and say, growing technical support and so on. And we are basically also a manufacturing company, that we manufacture most of our products and combining with our partners' products, providing our customer one-stop shopping solutions. Yeah, that's as I said, that we are a company in the right time because of the mega trends of what I mentioned. That's industrialization of agricultural businesses. That's a close to market production of agricultural products. And we see that we have a lot of, say, environmental friendly products that based on biodegradable recycling solutions and so forth. In the past few years, we've been focusing on growth. If you look at, say, the past 3-4 years, we've been growing almost, say, 35%. And I look at the back in the past, say, if I look at, say, from 14 up to 17, we've grown roughly, say, average of 42%. But that provided we've been suffering from the profitabilities. So since last year, we've been shifting our focus on profitabilities. And here that I'll show you some changes. If you look at this year, from Q1 to Q3, and we do have slightly reduced our turnover. However, we do see that we have a improved the profitabilities in the EBITDA, as well as, say, EBIT. And I can see that continually that we are going to improve our profitabilities in the coming years. Our turnover, roughly 14 million less than last year comparably. However, if you look at the EBITDA, we had to say 37.4 million compared to last year's 12.9 million, and the EBIT, that's 24.5 million compared to last year's 3.9 million. And we'll continue to focus on profitabilities in the coming years. We did quite a lot of, say, activities to cut costs, to consolidate our businesses. And if you look at it, say, we realized 20 million in costs, mainly European companies in the past months. we've been relocating our manufacturing. We had 2 factories in Denmark, which been relocated, have been sold. And we have, say, a manufacturing in Kenya that we're turning that company into, say, a sales company. We do see that number of stocks. Just a few months ago, we had 11 stock places in Europe. Now I can tell you that we have only 4 warehouses in the European markets. So the number of activities we've been doing in the to get the business much more efficient and consolidated. So that's what we see that we have in this year, that we have a cost-cutting program that gives us roughly 27 million in cost savings. Well, that maybe that's not the right word, say, turn around the company. However, if you look at the capital market, today our shares is really extremely undervalued. So therefore, I'm referring that as a turnaround company. That we are focusing on profitabilities, as I said. And we look at, say, efficiency of our manufacturing, that we're consolidating to get to see larger units compared to the previous years. And we are also consolidating sales companies, sales offices. And we're also looking at, to say, consolidating logistics and purchasing activities. That for just give you one number, that we do more than 3,000 40-foot containers. That's quite a few volumes that circulating. So there we still haven't got to see consolidated solutions. So those areas will be my focus and to get to the company much more efficient. We look at, to say, improve our margins and also, of course, improve our, say, profitabilities in the company. Well, that we had high goals, as I said. We want to grow. But now that we are shifting the growth to a balanced growth, meaning that we should provide a profitability as the fundamental focus, and then we look at growth. So we're still looking at, say, doing a 1 billion sales, and looking at, say, the net margin around 5%. And we really look at, to say, a positive cash flow within the company. We've been punished by the market, of course, due to the growth that we've been pushing in the past years. And so now that we look at, to say, how can we return to a profitability in the company. Yeah, if I summarizing the presentation of Oboya, is that we're still a growing company, and I can tell you quite frankly, it's quite easy to grow. We have a tremendous market potential. However, that now we have to slow down a little bit, focusing on profitabilities. In terms of the market capitalization, I call ourselves as a turnaround company. And we believe that we are a company right in time, even though we are quite traditional business, not really sexy like the IT companies or medical companies, but we are a very solid, say, down-to-earth company that is still highly interesting with the time and the trends in our society. We have had quite a lot of activities in the past months, quarters, that we are focusing on improve our margins, profitabilities. We're still looking at, to say, a 1 billion sales target. and I'm quite used to high growth companies in my past careers. Yeah, that's what I can say. That's my presentation, and I hope you got a good picture of the company, and also that it's quite easy to understand what we do. So we don't do the green part, otherwise we do everything around it. So that's I can conclude. Yeah, right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Robert. So we also have time for a few questions.
Yeah.
One of my first questions was a bit regarding the market share
Yeah.
and the market potential. So you highlight that, I mean, this is obviously a huge potential market.
Yeah.
You highlight that you're below 1% share today, but you have your core markets, which is Nordics and China.
Yeah.
What's the situation there? What is your market shares in these core markets, and how much of your sales today come from these core markets?
If you look at Scandinavia, we do around 200 million in Scandinavia. So that's a quite big chunk of our total sales. In China is around 100 million, and that's our two key markets. If you look at the export market, Holland is one of the largest market that we do. It's around, say, 60, 70 million. And the US market, we do also 50, 60 million. That's those key markets, I would say. Yeah.
And the market shares?
Still, I don't want to claim we have any market share because we are still very small internationally. Yeah,
understood.
In this market.
All right, thank you. And in terms of this sales goal, so 1 billion in sales, obviously after you implemented all these changes that you talked about, does imply some form of acquisition, I guess?
Well, that to reach that goal, we may need to look at acquisitions.
How do you work with acquisition? Do you have a clear pipeline that companies you target? Do you want to expand your product offering or expand geographically, or how do you view?
That's actually that we have looking at the two paths. One is that complementing our existing product lines to enrich our product offerings. So that's one direction we are looking at. And the second direction would be, say, enhance our distribution channels. But that will only apply to those two home markets, China and Scandinavia. Okay. Yeah. In terms of product supplies, we don't limit ourselves because that will be looking at the different product supply possibilities.
Yeah, understood. And in terms then of if we go back to this billion in sales, the split between what would be acquired growth and what would come organically, do you have an idea of?
Well, organically, that I would say with the past experience and then also the market possibilities, I do see that I'm not saying easy, but 20-30% organic growth is manageable. That's easy in a way. I would just describe it easy. And then, of course, we need to combining, say, acquisitions.
Yeah. And in terms of demand for your products, so organic products is something that's really in vogue right now, so it's very popular.
Yeah.
Does that differ across your regions? Is it more popular in certain areas than others? And how do you view that going forward? Is that the strong growth trend?
I think that will grow, especially the European Union. And I think that Scandinavia is driving forces behind the environmental friendly products. So that gives us a lot of advantage because this is our home market, so that we are leading or in this, say, trend, so that we can apply that experience and knowledge in other markets. China is still a few steps behind within this area. Yeah.
Right. Okay, I think we can squeeze in one more.
Yeah.
So one question I had as well. You showed your different types of customers, so professional growers, wholesalers, and regular store sellers. What's the split here? So which is your core customer?
We are a professional company serving professional growers. Yeah. I would say 80%, 85%. We are supplying to the professional growers. I mean, just for instance, one grower outside of the Stockholm would use 20 million, 25 million products from us. So that's the professional growers that we are serving.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I think we unfortunately have to round it off there, but thank you so much for coming, Robert. And
thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Ja. Ja, nu kör vi. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back from the lunch, and let's start off directly with the first of 3 wind companies that you will be able to see here this afternoon. So I hand it over. First of all, my name is Karl Bokvist. I'm an equity research analyst at ABG, and now I hand it over to Arise and CFO Linus Hägg.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for coming to this presentation today. As said, my name is Linus Hägg, so it's not Daniel as per the presentation, but hopefully it suffices anyways. I'm CFO of the company. I've been CFO since 2015, and prior to that, I worked with the company since 2011. I thought I'd take you through a little bit of the background of Arise, where we are today, the position in the market, and how the market looks for us. I will also just briefly touch base with some of the financial reporting for the last quarter. So, starting out, Arise AB, we're one of the leading wind power companies in Sweden. We are headquartered in Halmstad, but also have some offices in Stockholm and in and around Sweden on close to various sites. We primarily do 3 things. We develop wind farms with a view to construct them and sell them on to investors. Typically that's financial investors, basically following the trend of the huge capital influx coming into infrastructure, capital, alternative investments, etc. We currently have a portfolio or pipeline, if you will, of about 1,000 megawatts. This is not sort of the origin of the company. We started out actually with a view to develop, own and operate ourselves. But back in 2014, for various reasons, which I will come back to, we branched out into developing wind farms with a view to sell them to investors. So since 2014, we've sold about 600 megawatts, or about 11 projects. So that's about 2 projects per year. And this development business has really also created the emergence of a second business that we do, and that is the technical and commercial management of wind farms on behalf of these investors. Again, typically it's financial investors, and they don't have the local capacity to manage the wind farms, neither technically or financially. So currently we have about 1,100 megawatts under management, and to put that in context, that equates to about an underlying asset value of 1 billion euros. And the 1,100 megawatts is divided, close to 1,000 megawatts is managed on behalf of customers, and about 140 megawatts we manage for our own. So we still own 140 megawatts, which leads us to the third business leg that we have currently. That is that we own 10 wind farms in the south of Sweden, and it's approximately then 140 megawatts. And I think it can be interesting to discuss a little bit further on that point. I think, as I said, we started out with a view to develop, own and operate, finance and have everything on our own books. And we started out to do that basically in 2009. In hindsight, technology has become cheaper. Power prices have dropped. However, they have improved quite a lot over the last few years. And certificate prices have gone down quite dramatically since that point in time. That basically led us into a situation where we needed to delever. We needed to create value from other parts of our business, hence the pipeline, the project portfolio. And I think another trend, which have basically been in parallel to this trend, has been that interest rates have come down quite a lot, and they are sustained at a low level, at least for now. And that has created this influx of capital into alternative investments. So it has created a strong market to develop infrastructure type of assets, whether it's wind farms or hospitals or whatever, and sell them on to these type of investors. So that basically created the potential for us to turn the business around by selling projects, delevering, and now we're in a position where we feel we have a strong pipeline that we can sell and a production that is financially in balance. So that's basically, the context or the backdrop of the business. And I would like to also emphasize that we are in this position in a market that has become extremely dynamic. The the demand for these types of investments is very high. And there's, I think in 2018 alone, there was some $80 billion raised for infrastructure type investments. So that's quite a lot of money. And I think it's not just about the level of capital that is now committed to the sector. It's also that we see a dynamic in the industry that these investors who maybe 5 years ago were extremely conservative, and by that I mean everything had to be in a certain shape or form in order to sort of fit into their mandates. But increasingly this is changing, and where 5 years ago an investor always required a PPA or a long-term power sale agreement, power purchase agreement, now we see, different types of investors stepping into the scene. So basically, when we run a transaction now and try to sell a project, we may end up selling it to a very traditional contracted revenues type of investor, but we may also sell it to someone with a more opportunistic approach and capable of taking merchant price exposure, i.e. basically going out, buying the project with a view to have spot exposure on power prices. And this, of course, creates more opportunities. We can choose among a bigger universe of investors, etc. So I think we are very well positioned where we are right now. A few words on the Q3 report. It was basically lower than the Q3 last year for one reason, and that is that in Q3 2018 we sold 2 projects, and we have yet to sell a project this year. For those who follow us, you already know that we have communicated that we expect to sell a project called Dawson, about 230 megawatts before the end of this year. Can come back to that a little bit later, but that's sort of in a nutshell why it's lower. And this is just breaking it down across segments. And again, it's a snapshot, and the development and asset management business, i.e. where we have our project sales, is obviously something we expect that will be substantially higher when we end the year. And on the production side, on production for Q3, you can see that it's negative numbers. We feel that we are coming into a phase where we actually will run the production not only cash flow positive, but also earnings positive for a couple of reasons. One of them being that we have a much stronger balance sheet today compared to when we refinanced last, which means that we expect to go out next year and refinance most of our existing debt, and we will. I think it's fair to say that we will achieve substantially better terms than what we did in a situation where we yet had to prove some of our projects and so on. So again, a snapshot, and we think that this will be much improved in the coming years. As I said, this is why we're so confident in the refinancing. We have delivered, or our net debt position has gone from approximately 1.5 billion SEK to just short of 700 million SEK in the last few years. We have a pretty strong cash position today, and we expect that to be further bolstered by already completed sales that we look to close, or at least look to complete. They need to be constructed and ready, but also from additional sales, the Dawson project of 230 megawatts. So we're very confident going into next year on the refinancing. This is just supporting what I said about existing cash flow from already sold projects. So there may be 15 million more from sold projects of cash flow, but the bulk of it is expected to come from new sales. So some words about the electricity price market. Obviously, we have direct exposure via our wholly owned fleet of assets. But we also have an indirect exposure, of course, in the development business, where the stronger the power price, the stronger the development business would be. And I think it's fair to say that if you look to the spot price, which is the lowermost graph, it is and always be volatile because it's weather driven, it's driven by availability of nuclear, etc. But if you would have looked at that graph 3 years ago, it wouldn't be swinging between 25 and 60 euros per megawatt hour. It would be swinging maybe between 15 and spiking just over 30 or so. So we have had a very strong increase in the spot price market, and I think what we're seeing now, where we have already started phasing out one of the planned nuclear phase outs, and the next to come next year, particularly affecting the southern parts of Sweden. We think that's a very good position to be for our own fleet of wind power. Then if you look to the topmost picture or graph, that's basically the forward price calendar 2022. So that's 3 years ahead or so. And that's been less volatile, of course, and also trading more in sideway, more driven by coal trends, CO2 pricing, etc. But I could also comment that if you look further out on the curve, that part of the curve remains quite a bit lower than the spot price. And of course, one can have any opinion about the future power price, but we are quite convinced that part of the explanation is that the Swedish power market is very short by nature. I think most of you sitting in this room don't have 5 or 10 or 15-year long electricity contracts. You probably go much shorter. And that, of course, creates quite a short liquid market and a quite illiquid long-term market. Whereas the investors those of the investors who want to go really long on the power curve, and many of them do, obviously there's very little demand. So that's sort of a dislocation in the market, I would say. So we are, to the extent that we get more sort of merchant exposure type of investors, that's positive. To the extent we get more providers of long-term PPAs, that's positive, and we're seeing some signs on that. But I think as concerns us and our wholly owned fleet, we would like to see a future where we have delevered a lot, which we have done and will continue to do in the refinancing next year, which will allow us a lot less restrictions on how much we have to hedge and when and how, so that we can capture more of a stronger spot price market compared to a long-term market just because of dislocation on supply and demand. And I think there are some strong trends also supporting electricity price over time. We have the decommissioning of nuclear. We have more electricity consuming technologies entering the market. Data centers, I'm sure you're all aware of. The car fleet is increasingly migrating over to electricity. And there is also some efforts and initiatives in Swedish heavy industry to convert some, CO2-based production into electricity-based production because it's more efficient. On the electricity certificate price, for those of you who don't know, we generate on the production side in revenue both from power, selling of power, but also from selling electricity certificates. And this was a system developed in order to support the construction of renewable power, wind power, for instance. And the market price for certificates has varied a lot over the years due to supply and demand imbalances, where supply is obviously new renewable production and the demand is a quota basically on consumption. So if you consume 100, you need to have X% of certificates, basically. And since the turn of the year, there was a stop mechanism proposed, which from the Energy Agency, and that stop mechanism, as it was designed, was basically not a stopping mechanism. They proposed to prolong it to 2030, which means that the market, by definition, will be oversupplied. And if a market is, structurally oversupplied, prices will be very, very low. We from the wind industry obviously argue that there is no need to sustain a support system if new power doesn't need the support. And when we sell a new project, investors calculate with 0 or very low income from certificates. So we don't need certificates to build new wind power. But obviously, for those who invested early, we clearly see, that it would be, I think it would be a good thing and a way to honor all the investments that have been done if there was a stopping mechanism put in place that would create some value for all the type of assets. But we expect to hear something from the government in the spring, and we hope it will be a tighter mechanism than the one proposed. But it's on the upside. We're not sort of calculating with having high certificate prices, but it's something to the upside. This is on our production. I think what I just want to flag with this is that we, on our own production, if we disregard development, etc., naturally, production varies over the year and over years, depending on how much the wind, how strong the wind is. But maybe I would like to emphasize that currently we're hedged about 60% on longer term contracts, a few years, and we hope to move away from that regime once we complete the refinancing next year, because we think that will add value. So I mentioned that we sold 2 projects last year. It was called Bröcklingeberget and Enviksberget. Bröcklingeberget was sold to MedCap, a Swiss asset manager, and it's been constructing since. And we now expect it to be completed in Q1 next year. Originally, COD or commercial operations date was planned for Q4 this year, but an effect of a very strong market is also that the supply chain is getting a bit stretched. But we don't see any significant impact on either earnings or cash flow, more of a time delay. Similarly, Enviksberget was also sold last year to BlackRock. It's slightly delayed. We hope to be complete by the turn of the year. And again, that slight delay, we don't expect any significant impact on earnings or cash flow. So that's what we have under construction right now, and I'll come back to further sales we hope to complete. So this is our project portfolio. And I think one of the positive things about the poor market back in 15, 16 was that the whole wind power market was a bit depressed. And that allowed us to go out and procure or acquire project rights at quite favorable terms in hindsight. So, apart from being a very tough period for the company, but now coming out of that, we have actually secured a very nice project portfolio. So the first one out is Dawson, and that's a project where we've been telling the market that we expect to close it this autumn or before the turn of the year. And what I can say is that we have not announced a sale, but we have not announced anything else either. So obviously we're all working very hard and hope to revert shortly on that. So it's again 231 megawatts, so it's quite a big project, and it will add nicely to the company's financial position. The second project out, or actually the 2 projects that will come next, is Ranasjöhöjden and Salsjöhöjden. These 2 projects will be bundled and sold in one package due to the connection point being the same and a few other factors. Here we are awaiting the final the concession to have legal force, basically. So we expect to be able to go to market with a ready-to-sale project just before the summer, and to have financial close basically similarly as Dawson towards the end of next year. So taken together, that's probably around 230-ish megawatts as well. And I think if you look to the bottommost comment, I think obviously you can earn more or less on a project depending on the project characteristics. So if you have a project with very strong wind, you have a project with low cost of connecting to the grid, etc., well, then we tend to earn more money, and vice versa, less. So we have labeled the projects, not perfect mathematics here, but at least to provide some potential as to what this project can generate. So Dawson we've labeled moderate, so that would imply we're expecting to earn somewhere around 1 million per megawatt, whereas if something is good to excellent, it's probably a lot more than that. So coming back to the projects, next after Ranasjö-Salsjöhöjden, which we then expect to sell in 2020, we have a project called Fasikan. There we have a number of grid alternatives that we are evaluating from a timing and cost perspective. And as soon as we have taken a decision there, we will know whether we're going to be on the market in 2021 or 2022 with that project. Kölvallen is our biggest project. It's about 47 turbines. It can be a little bit more or less because it's in permitting phase. And we are expecting a ruling from the first instance towards the spring. And I think it's worth to mention that Kölvallen is a project that we got denied or rejected by the Supreme Court, or the Supreme Upper Court. And it wasn't denied so that we couldn't do anything about it, but if we change certain parameters, we could come back. So what we've been doing is that we've been re-permitting the project. Obviously, we had a pretty good roadmap, given that it's been through the lower court, the middle court, and the upper courts. So we had a pretty good roadmap of what the conflicts were, and we've been very diligent in how to handle those in sort of the re-permitting process. So we expect that this project will not go all the way to the upper court, but for sure it needs to go through the first instance, and most likely it will get appealed, like most projects are. So we expect that we have a permit sometime in 2021, or at the latest in 2022. The last Swedish project is Finnoberget, where we have appealed, and we think we have appealed on very good grounds, and we expect the ruling towards the spring on that one as well. So all in all, I think we have a very balanced Swedish portfolio that will sort of bring a new project or two to the market from now and over the next 2 or 3 years. And I think that's a very good position for us, given that the cash flow and P&L impact of these projects are going to be so big to the extent we realize them. But that's Sweden, and obviously we're not just looking at Sweden. We are venturing to Norway, we're venturing into other parts, but so far we haven't been able to secure projects. Where we have secured projects since a long time ago, but we've been more active over the last 2 years, is Scotland, where we have, I think, 3 projects, and one of those, Tormsdale, we are very active in the development process. So we are in the midst of a bird survey to prove that we don't have any significant impact of any birds that are material, and it looks very promising from that perspective, and it also looks very promising from a grid perspective. So we expect to go into a full permitting phase quite shortly with this project, but it will take a few years before it's due to be realized. So all in all, a little bit more than 1,000 megawatts in the portfolio, and I think the market to realize it, the portfolio is very strong. So a little bit of an outlook. Obviously, we are looking to complete the Bröcklingeberget and Enviksberget construction projects to receive the final payments on those. We are working very hard to realize the sale of Skaftåsen, and as we said earlier, we hope to complete that before the end of the year. We want to continue to progress the pipeline of projects and bring them to the market. And one thing I haven't mentioned on our wholly owned fleet of 140 megawatts, as I said, we think they are very well positioned being in the southern parts of Sweden in terms of the price area they are exposed to, because price area in southern parts of Sweden is very close to consumption. Secondly, the wind farms we built between 29 and 2012, to make a comparison, they are not sort of Ferraris that are operating towards the boundaries of physical capacity in terms of what the steel can take and not take and so on, which means that we have a pretty low-hanging fruit in doing certain load assessments and other investigations to prove that the useful life of these turbines are longer than what we have them in our books at the moment. So we hope to come back to you next year and report on those efforts. Obviously, we look to further grow our asset management business, compared to the development business, which is pretty lumpy. The asset management business is very stable, maybe not very big, but it's stable and providing nice cost coverage for our own operations. So we're looking to grow that in line with when we sell projects, but we also have been able to secure business from third parties as well. And lastly, all of this taken together, we expect to deliver improved underlying earnings this year and over the coming years. And when I say underlying earnings, we sold a project called Dawson in Q1 of this year, and that had a pretty big impact on the P&L, but was a very sensible business to do in terms of a cash flow perspective. All right, thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. I think we have time for one question on my end here. And
sorry.
No, but it's thank you for the informative presentation. My question then would perhaps be a bit more about, of course, wind power is in high demand, as you say. Do you see any risk of there being increasing competition that will drive down returns on the wind power farms and returns for you as a developer?
Well, I think there are other factors that are more, probable if you want to risk assess that question. I think to that point, I think it's not really about what competition we are facing or the companies we are facing. I think it's more the cycle in which all of us, deliver our projects. So if we are in a period where we and many others at the same time are just about to harvest, a big portfolio, well, that could have an impact. I think it's been a very strong market. There's been ample of supply of projects over the last few years, and I think that can also be seen on the supply chains, turbine suppliers, etc. But as we see it, the supply of projects, we don't expect it to increase over the next 2 years or so. Maybe on the contrast, decrease somewhat, and that's not because there's no competition. It's just how the site, it takes so many years for a project to get permitted and ready to build, and you can't just invent a project and go to the market with it. So I think it's more structurally, how are the portfolios in Sweden looking at the moment? But obviously on the return side, returns for us in a favorable way are driven by demand from the investors, that the wind farms we build are good. And naturally, if the capital allocation towards our sector was to decrease, that or interest rate for that matter would increase, it should over time have an effect on our returns as well. But I think looking at the structure and how this capital is deployed or allocated and deployed, I think capital raisings that have been done in the last few years, I think that capital won't just disappear. It will be quite sticky because all the fund managers responsible for deploying that capital earn their money by deploying the capital. So I think you will have a few years that are quite sticky before it would, if that was to happen.
I think that's all we have time for. Thank you very much. We will hear more about wind in the next 2 presentations as well. Thank you, Linus.
Thank you.
Okay, hello again, everyone. Now it's time for the second wind power company or wind developer company here during our Introduce Investor Days. Again, my name is Karl Bokvist, and I will be moderating the presentation from CEO Per here from Eolus Wind. And with that, I leave it over to you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and it's really good to see a block of 3 wind power companies presenting in a row. That's a sign of how the industry really grows. This is an old picture. It's Johan standing on a turbine that we built back in 2014. It's a Vestas turbine. He has his workplace 94 meters above ground level. I'm happy that I have an office to go to instead. But days like this, it looks really beautiful. This turbine has 56-meter long blades, so the diameter of the rotor is 112 meters. That means that the swept path, the circle, is about 1 hectare, so 10,000 square meters. And when I say that this is an old picture, we can compare that to the turbines that we and our colleagues procure and build now. They have like 150-meter rotor diameter. And that means that the swept area is 70–80% higher than compared to this turbine. And of course, that really drives costs down per megawatt hour. And it's really important when you try to understand the growth of the wind industry. So Eolus is a project developer founded back in 1990. 30 years in the business with 45 employees, head office in Hässleholm in Skåne. We have offices in Halmstad and Göteborg as well. We're active in the Nordics, in the Baltics, and also in southwestern US, in California, Arizona, and Nevada. We're developing renewable projects. So far, we have only built wind power, but we can build solar PV projects, and we can build energy storage projects. And I'll come back to that. So far, we've built more than 600 wind turbines, most of them in Sweden. The idea is to develop projects, and when they're fully permitted, to procure turbines, balance of plant, the civil works that is needed, and to sell wind farms or other renewable assets as turnkey assets, and then to operate them on behalf of the investors. When we have a ready-to-build project, we turn to our customers or other potential investors presenting the project, and run a couple of rounds with the negotiations with them. And if we can conclude a deal, then we order turbines and or the civil works and start the construction. I would say that the best business model is where the construction is financed by the investor, since as all energy investments, it is really capital intense. And if the investor finances the construction, they get some return on the capital they have already committed in their funds or whatever it is. they get some return during construction, and we can run several projects in parallel. The other solution, but of course, it's all about the cost of capital. The one that has the lowest cost of capital should do it, and we also can construct and finance ourselves using the credit facilities that we have. And we're listing at the Stockholm Exchange and have about 16,000 shareholders. There is a really fast growth of wind power in Sweden and in the Nordics, and I just listed some of the driving key aspects. You can really build large-scale projects, driving cost per produced megawatt hour down. The Swedish energy agreement back in 2016 was really important for investments that really kicked off after that. And since then, more than 80 billion SEK has been invested in Swedish wind power. So an enormous amount. And you see on coming slide what that has led to regarding production. We have a functioning electricity market where we can trade both spot and we can trade futures. It's possible for investors to invest in euro. Electricity prices are traded with euro as currencies, and with as it seems at least, the Swedish krona always losing ground compared to the euro. Of course, it's been very interesting for euro investors to invest in Sweden. We have good wind resources, quite strong grid compared to other markets, and definitely in the long run, Swedish nuclear will need to be phased out for pure commercial reasons, since with wind power and our technologies are cheaper. And we are at the point where we have a phase out of all support regimes, which is really good for the credibility of the market. And we also see an increasing demand from customers that want to supply their business with green electricity. So an increased market for corporate PPAs, and I'll come back to that. This is an important slide with statistics from the Swedish Wind Energy Association. It shows outcome until 2018 and the forecast until 2022. The bottom line is number of turbines installed in Sweden, and the middle line is cumulative capacity in megawatt, and this line is annual production in gigawatt hours. And you see that these lines are diverging, and that means that we will have more megawatts per turbine, and we will have more production per turbine, but also more production per installed megawatt, which shows the big increase in efficiency from modern wind turbines. So we will go, related to production, we will double production from 2018 until 2021, more than double, and it will continue for the coming years. And we know that this will happen because investment decisions are already taken, and this is the result of the 80 billion SEK invested in the recent years in the sector. So doubling the production means that we only need 1,000 more turbines compared to that doubling in production, and that's really something to think of. And if we look at the situation for Eolus, so we see the same. So far we've built 1,200 megawatts, and until the end of 2021 we will have reached 1,800 megawatt. So it took 30 years to go from 0 to 1,200 megawatt, and we expect it to take 2 years to go from 1,200 to 1,800. And those are related to projects that are under construction and that we have communicated. So we're quite sure that we will reach that. This is some of the investors and partners that we are working with, and we can see a diversity of investors. But in the recent years, there's a lot of institutional investors, funds, renewable funds, infrastructure funds, pension funds, insurance companies investing. And it's also boosted by the really low interest environment, I would say. But we have, for instance, utilities like EWZ, that is the city of Zurich, their utility, and in Zurich they had a public voting. How do you want us to supply the city? What kind of electricity do the citizens want? Yes, we want renewables, we want wind power, was the answer. And so they have a really large commitment to invest in wind power to do that. We have one of our largest investors are MEAG, that is asset manager of Munich Re, one of the world's largest reinsurance companies. And they when they do their analysis of the future, they see that the trend is that the payouts they have to do to their clients, the insurance companies, will very much be related to climate change damages. So that's a good reason to invest a portion of the premiums they receive in renewables. The tech companies like Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, they were quite early in investing in what's called PPAs, that is long-term hedges, where they buy renewable electricity from, for instance, wind power, from a specific facility to supply their mainly their data centers. And also we have here like pure financial investors like Aquila Capital and Kegel, both German asset managers. And we have, and this is important also, the really heavy electricity using industry like Alcoa, that we have done a PPA for our large Øyfjellet project with. And they buy PPAs from wind power just because it is the cheapest source to secure their supply of electricity for long term, 15 years in this case. And that is really interesting and showing how far this industry have advanced when it's when new built wind farms can offer the lowest long-term prices. So some years ago, we started to communicate about our most prioritized project, and we said this is what you can expect Eolus to focus on and what we will deliver until 2021. And we called it the 900 million euro plan because that is the volume, the business volume of these projects. And so far, it started with a cluster in Sundsvall, with the first project, Jørgen, that was built, sold, and where we have a PPA with Google. It has been in operation since 2018. Just recently, we have completed also the next two projects in that cluster, Nylandsbergen and Krooktorpet, and sold to Aquila Capital. Nylandsbergen was handed over in August, and Krooktorpet in November. For these two projects, we had some cost overruns related to that the quality of the balance of plant works did not meet the expectations. We have communicated that in our financial reports, and that has affected the margins for those projects. In August, we also handed over this project, Söterfällan in Jönköping, to Kegel. And to Kegel, we are now constructing the project Bygghemma in Värmland, in Kristinehamn, which will be in operation next summer, autumn, and also the Stigafjellet project in Norway. And both these two projects are financed by the investor when it comes to construction. And then we have our largest project, the Öhman project with the PPA with Alcoa. There we have signed a conditional sales agreement with Aquila Capital. There are some remaining conditions to fulfill, and that is to sign wind turbine agreement, grid connection agreement, and also to receive the final detailed plan permit needed. We expect to do that quite soon, and we're ready to start construction as soon as we receive it. And in the US, we have our wind wall project, which is a repowering project where we will replace 400 old turbines built in the mid-80s, and we will build 13 new turbines. And the 13 new turbines will produce 3 times more electricity than what the 400 old turbines did. So that really shows the technical development in the business. For the financial investors, they normally don't want to build up operational or technical departments, so they let us handle the operation, both commercially and technical, of the wind farms. So our asset management services will increase fourfold from 2018 until 2021. And we have our operational center mainly based in Halmstad. And this is a very good complement to our project development and construction business, because this gives a steady cash flow, almost not any capital employed, and yes, monthly invoices. The Öhman project in Mosjön, it's 100 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle. This is the small city. It's 13,000 inhabitants, but they are consuming more than 2.5 terawatt hours of electricity in that city. And that is due to that Alcoa has one of the biggest aluminium melteries in that city. And that was the idea when we came across the project back in 2011. When we looked at it, the wind farm will be constructed up on this mountain. We have it's an old map here. We will focus on the western areas. But here is the fjord, a harbor, and this is almost a vertical wall, but we will have the transport road around the mountain and the access road from the south. But so it looked like a fantasy project from the start. But when we started to investigate it, it really became materialized in a very good way. And with Alcoa in that city, not a single kilowatt hour will go out of the area. So the grid enforcement that has to be done is really, really limited. Yes, and I think I've said everything, most of it at least. And this is the most important project if you want to understand and follow Eolus and what we're doing in the next 2 years. It's a project of about 4.5 billion SEK that we will spend on this. And our investor will spend on the project for just 2 years. And you can follow the project on the project website and on Instagram. And just a few words about the wind wall project. There we have a PPA with Amazon. This is what it looks like with the 400 old turbines. It will definitely look better with only 13 turbines. But the inhabitants, they are really proud of this old wind farm. We haven't announced any investor for the project yet. Of course, we are in the sales process, but we have started construction at our own risk now to make sure that we can start to deliver power to Amazon next summer. Just a few words about the financials. We had a turnover for the year that ended in August 2019 of 2.0 billion SEK, with a net profit of 133 million. It's lower compared to last year. Last year we had a really good project in Dawson with a exceptional margin, I would say. And also these figures have been affected by the cost overruns in the Sundsvall projects. We have in the recent years sold out most of our operating assets, so we have a much lighter balance sheet with much less fixed assets. And every project is for sale each day, I would say, at Eolus. So yes, an equity ratio of 43%, a proposed dividend of 1.5 SEK. And yes, just some highlights from the past year. In addition to what we've said, we received our first environmental permit for a Latvian project with up to 35 turbines, and an increased American project portfolio where we now have 10 to 15 projects in development phase. And just a glance at the project portfolio. This is from our annual report that was published last week. So you can read a little about it in that. And you can see that we have added, in addition to wind, we also have solar PV and battery storage projects in the US.
I think we are unfortunately running out of time.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And for those of you who wish to learn more, feel free to try to grab Per here after the presentation.
Yes.
Otherwise, thank you very much. And next up, we have a wind power operator.
Thanks.
Mm. Mm. Ja. Ja. Ja, men då kör vi. Okej, då är vi tillbaka här och då kommer vi att ta det här på svenska denna gång. Vi har ju haft nöjet att lyssna på 2 stycken vindparksutvecklare och nu ska vi då få lyssna på en vindparksoperatör i form av Slitevind. Mitt namn är Karl Bokvist då. Jag är aktieanalytiker på ABG och med mig har jag vd Jonas Dahlström på Slitevind.
Yes.
Så jag lämnar över till dig.
Tack. Det är faktiskt så att presentationen blir på gotländska. Ja. Slitevind heter bolaget. Vi är nästan lika gamla i branschen som Eolus. Slitevind bildades 1992 på norra Gotland. Gotland var tidigt ute med vindkraft. Mycket andelsägt och har liksom, om vi idag ser mycket fonder som investerar så var Slitevind står för mer av den ursprungliga. Slitevind och Gotland står för mer av de ursprungliga gräsrotsinvesterarna. Vi har vindkraftanläggningar i huvudsak i Sverige, sen råkar vi ha en i Finland, men vårt fokus är svensk marknad. Totalt bokförde värden på ungefär 600 miljoner. Från 92 och framåt så var Slitevind en elproducent. Och sen så sneglade bolaget, jag har varit vd från 2015 och då hade bolaget under ett antal år sneglat en del på projektutvecklarna. Min bakgrund är med projektutveckling, precis det som idag är Rise och Eolus kärnverksamhet. Så när jag kom till Slitevind 2015 så var det att ta hand om de utvecklingsprojekt som fanns. Alltså ett av uppdragen var att ta hand om de utvecklingsprojekt som fanns i Norge, lite grann i Sverige och Finland. Men det visade sig ganska snabbt att de projekten hade inte den kvalitet som utvecklingsprojekt behöver ha för att nå de framgångar i det segmentet som krävs. Så att vi beslutade ganska fort att sälja och lägga ner utvecklingsprojekt och återgå till bolagets kärna. Det som hade varit en bra framgång från starten 92. Då. Så att från 2015 är fokus återigen produktion och försäljning av el och elcertifikat. Vi äger och driver anläggningar. Vi har gått från 75 gigawattimmar produktion till 265. Vi tillträdde ytterligare en maskin i måndag, så att 270 är väl faktiskt dagssiffran i årlig produktion, 270 gigawattimmar. Och vi vill i de projekt vi redan finns fortsätta att göra tilläggsinvesteringar och titta kontinuerligt också på nya projekt. Men det finns ganska mycket att göra på platser där vi redan är etablerade. Och ett ökat ägande i en park är väldigt resurseffektivt för oss. Så att gärna öka där vi är och titta parallellt på nya projekt. Vi noterade på Nasdaq First North Growth Market sedan maj 2019. Våra intäkter kommer från försäljning av el, elcertifikat, ursprungsgarantier och på anläggningar upp till 1,5 megawatt, även nätnytta. Väsentliga faktorer som påverkar omsättning och resultat. Alltså elpriset är ganska uppenbart. Vi väljer ändå att vända lite på steken och konstatera att nummer 1 är att vindkraftverken är tillgängliga för produktion. Ett bra förebyggande service- och underhållsarbete som säkerställer att maskinen är redo för att producera om då nummer 2, vinden, kommer. Och 3, har vi ett bra elpris, pris på elcertifikat och ursprungsgarantier, så är det en stor fördel. Och viktiga är också kostnader kopplade till finansiering eftersom det är kapitalintensivt. Ni har lyssnat på våra 2 stora bröder innan här. Och så här ser vi på våran positionering på marknaden kontra Rise och Eolus. Vi arbetar med elproduktion. Det gör även Arise. Det gör inte längre Eolus. Vad gäller förvaltning av egna och andras parker, det sysslar samtliga 3 bolag med. För våran del än så länge i huvudsak egen förvaltning. Men vi tar också successivt på oss. Framförallt i parker vi är inblandade så sköter vi också förvaltningen för andra delägare i de parkerna. Och sen projektering för extern försäljning, det är ju Rise och Eolus huvudverksamhet. Där är inte vi. Utan elproduktion, förvaltning av egna och andras parker. Det är det vi gör. Vi investerar i ett segment upp till cirka 10 vindkraftverk där vi uppfattar konkurrensen som ganska beskedlig om objekten. Vi försöker hitta projekt som kan förädlas på ett eller annat sätt. Strukturellt, det kan vara så enkelt som att först äger vi en maskin, sen så småningom 2, i slutändan 3, 4 eller 5 maskiner i en park. Den dagen vi blir helägare till en park så är det mer rationellt. Finansiellt, flera av de affärerna vi har gjort de senaste åren har handlat om projekt som har haft problem och inte klarar sina räntor och amorteringar. Så då kan vi bidra med lite mer eget kapital och parallellt kanske få lägga om amorteringsplaner och lite så då. För att få lönsamhet i en besvärlig park. Vi är inte aktiva i budgivningar. Då letar vi hellre andra projekt. Än så länge uppfattar vi som att tillgången på projekt är god. Relativt små. Vi börjar möjligen bli stora för att vara små, men vi är ett rätt litet bolag. Vi är därför, kan vi kompensera så är vi snabba. I flera av de affärer vi har lyckats så har det nog kunnat finnas bättre bud, men där finns deadlines som konkurrerande budgivare inte har klarat av att mött. Vi har många år i branschen och är långsiktiga och industriella i vårt förhållningssätt. Mycket av de investeringar som görs idag drivs ju av finansiella investerare. Maskinerna finns i ändå de södra delarna av Sverige. Det är ganska mycket fokus på Gotland, Öland och Skåne. Ungefär halva vår produktion sker på Gotland. Och sen har vi ett litet kluster Sandviken och norrut då vi köpte 10 maskiner på ett bräde för några år sedan ifrån lokala energibolag som hade gett sig in i vindkraft och så att säga gav upp samkraftbolagen. Och då har vi hamnat där längs med. Ja, ni ser prickarna uppåt. Nordanstig hamnar vi som längst norrut. Och då är vi uppe i prisområde 2. Annars så är 90% av vår produktion, lite drygt, är i prisområde 3 och 4 då, södra Sverige. Som så här långt har en lite bättre prisprofil då än prisområde 1 och 2. Så att vi ser det som en fördel med nästan all produktion i prisområde 3 och 4. Produktionstillgångar i bra vindlägen, det har vi för att vi var tidigt ute. Det är alltså något mindre rotordiameter än vad de stora projekt som idag byggs har, för att det här är maskiner som har varit igång en 5-10 år då i vissa fall. Men vi var tidigt ute på platser som är väldigt bra och gynnsamma för långsiktig drift. Vi har mycket på Näsudden som var liksom ursprungs, det är lite av i alla fall Gotland, men nästan lite Sveriges vindkraftmecka, södra Gotland. Där har vi ungefär 100 GWh produktion. Samkraft var de här jag beskrev, Sandviken och norrut. Enterprisebolagen är ett begrepp vi nyttjade för att det var en samlad affär som vi gjorde 2017. Vi köpte 6 maskiner från Öland i nordöst upp till Orust i Öland i sydost och upp till Orust då i nordväst. 6 maskiner, 6 olika projekt där vi sen har haft möjlighet att öka ägandet successivt när också andra aktörer i de här parkerna har sålt. Det är ett viktigt innehav för oss där vi kan fortsätta att växa. Totalt sett 265 GWh från och med måndags 270 i årstakt. Sen noteringen i maj på First North så har kursutvecklingen varit gynnsam. Det är omsättning på blå staplar och kursutveckling i grön graf. Ibland är det ganska bra fart också omsättningsmässigt i antal aktier. Vissa andra dagar är det klart lugnare. Men vi har haft en ändå bra start och gått från drygt 300 till drygt 900 aktieägare under den här perioden. Vi producerar förnybar el och det här är ett exempel på hur den förnybara elen kan användas. Det finns, när sliden gjordes, knappt 100 000 laddbara bilar i Sverige. Och våran elproduktion räcker till lite knappt det antalet. Och ersätter vi då, om de har kört med bilar med en halv liter per milen i konsumtion så sparar vi 56 miljoner liter bensin. Så att tanken på att vi kan förse i princip hela Sveriges elbilspark med förnybar el är rolig. Nu tänker vi att det kommer att bli fler elbilar och vi har också en tillväxtambition så att vi får se om vi klarar av att hänga med. Förnybart har blivit billigt. Drivet mycket av större rotorer. Eolus visade förut här att man får fler megawatt per maskin och man får mer produktion per megawatt. Större och större rotorer, effektivare maskiner. Ett annat skäl till utvecklingen är ju också ett relativt lågt avkastningskrav hos pensionskapitalet och lågränteläget som en följd av lågränteläget. Förnybart väntas stå för 2/3 av världens elproduktion 2050. I Sverige så har vi ett mål om 100% 2040. Det går snabbt. Och vindkraft etablerat som den 3:e största elproduktionsmetoden efter vatten och kärnkraft. Den svenska vindkraftmarknaden drivs idag av projekten norra Sverige. Vi ser en fördel i att i huvudsak befinner oss lite längre söderut. Vi har inte i närtid för ambition att konkurrera om 20 och 40 maskiners projekt långt norrut. Men gärna 10 maskiners projekt och helst lite längre söderut. Det betyder inte att vi i framtiden utesluter investeringar lite längre norrut än Nordanstig. Men där vi kan fortsätta att växa i projekt redan då kommer vi se troligen ytterligare investeringar relativt långt söderut. Elcertifikatsystemet har varit en del av det som har drivit den svenska vindkraftmarknaden. Ni som konsumenter betalar en liten slant och eftersom det är producenter av förnybar el som ska dela på den och de är inte lika många så har producentkollektivet kunnat fått en liten större slant i öre per kilowattimme än vad ni har betalat då. Det här systemet det har gått bättre än förväntat så att priserna för elcertifikat sjunker, vilket är en del av intäktskällan. Regeringen har indikerat att man ska eventuellt stänga systemet redan 2021 för nya projekt då, vilket vi skulle se som en fördel för oss som finns i systemet. Vi får se hur det går med det, men utvecklingen på elcertifikatmarknaden är en del att följa. Elpriset som är det vi lever av. Elcertifikaten får vara bonus. Så här har utvecklingen sett ut sedan 2015 och då pratar vi prisområde 3 Stockholm. Och det som vi kommunicerar är att vi mår ganska bra vid en nivå kring 40 öre i 44 öre i totalintäkt, alltså om man får ihop det med el och elcertifikat. Vi klarar oss okej ner mot 35, men och vi klarar räntor och amorteringar en bit under det, men då blir det inte så roligt längre. Prisutvecklingen i år. Vi landar något lägre än föregående år, men det är en, som vi ser på det också prisområde 3, en väldigt acceptabel nivå. Det går att manövrera ganska bra vid de här nivåerna. Vi kan dra av plåstret direkt då, så vi omsätter mindre än vad Eolus tjänar på sista raden. Men vi har ganska fina nyckeltal. Januari till september så har vi en nettomsättning på 74 miljoner, EBITDA knappt 50, EBIT 22,4 och så tycker jag att periodens resultat är på 12,4 är ganska fint också. Vi januari-september 2018, ni ser där, 50 miljoner, 28 ebitda, 5,6, ett underskott på 2,1 var det då. 2018, helår 76,2. Och går vi lite längst ner där i resultaträkningen då så januari till september, vi ger inga prognoser. Januari till september 2018 kan vi konstatera att vi låg 2,1 back. Vid utgången av 2018 låg vi 4 plus. Så att fjärde kvartalet förra året kunde vi tjäna drygt 6 miljoner. Första kvartalet i år hade vi ett överskott som var något större än det. Första och fjärde kvartalen är ju klart vassast för oss. Elpriserna är normalt högre och produktionen normalt bättre. Balansräkningen 632 miljoner i balansomslutning då. Ett eget kapital på knappt 200 miljoner. Det är väldigt nära 200 miljoner. Skulder 361. Korta skulder 50. En soliditet som från 17-18 och fram till sist september har gått från 29-28 och så 32%. Vi har en målsättning om 30, eller ett mål om 30. Ägarstrukturen ser ut så här. Johansson genom sitt bolag Tamt är bolagets största ägare. Investment AB Spilt, han har varit med oss väldigt länge. Karl Lindahl, tidigare vd för bolaget, har också funnits i Slitevind i många år. Anders Gahn är också en vindkraftkille. Jag har 150 000 aktier och 150 000 optioner. Och så ungefär 900 stycken övriga ägare då. Det här är våra finansiella mål. En årlig produktionstillväxt om 5-10%. Avkastning på eget kapital om 10%. Soliditet överstigande 30 och en utdelning som motsvarar 25-50% av årets resultat efter skatt. Vi har också sagt att för 2019 och 2020 ser vi bra investeringsmöjligheter och då prioriteras investeringar före utdelning. Lite bra grejer med bolaget. Vi ser förnybar el som ett framtidsområde. Energi är bra, förnybar är bäst och kan elektrisk energi ser ut att ha rejält med fördelar. Vi har pratat mycket om, det har pratats mycket historiskt om elbilen och hur mycket mer konsumtion vi kan få därifrån. Och det kan nog vara en 20 TWh eller något sånt där. Vi gör av ungefär 140 terawattimmar i Sverige, så 20 TWh är inget dåligt tillskott. Men tittar vi på serverhallar som har liksom dykt upp lite grann som en joker, så är det som det ser ut betydligt mer än de 20 TWh som elbilarna står för. Och tittar vi på industrin, alltså Eolus exempel med sitt norska projekt, leverera direkt till industrin är ju vansinnigt intressant för att elektrifieringen av industrin, där finns det stora möjligheter för ytterligare ökad elkonsumtion. Så att det ser ganska bra ut ur det perspektivet. Och naturligtvis energieffektivisering å andra sidan. Men netto ser det ganska lovande ut för ett fortsatt stort elbehov i Sverige. Bolaget har en företagsledning med lång erfarenhet inom vindkraft. Det är lite som Zlatan och snackar i tredje person. Det är väl rätt mycket jag då och mina närmaste kollegor. Vi är 8 stycken från och med i måndags. Vi var 7 fram till dess. 2 av dem är servicetekniker. Så att det är en liten firma med då huvudkontor, inte Slite men Visby, så vi är på Gotland. Vi har försiktigt värderade tillgångar. Någonstans nyckeltal vi använder mycket i branschen är ju investeringar i förhållande till årlig produktion. Och då ligger vi på ett nyckeltal under 2,50 kronor. Vi har absolut en del äldre tillgångar i portföljen. Men det mesta, som sagt, vi gick från 75 GWh till 280 eller 270 så är det mesta är ju införskaffet på senare tid, om ändå inkört med några år. Så att huvuddelen av vår portfölj är från 2011-2012. Det finns fler möjligheter inom vårt segment och vi ser definitivt utrymme för att göra mer affärer. Vi har goda kassaflöden från verksamheten. Vi har ett resultat då på 11-12 miljoner fram till lite drygt 12 fram till september. Och oavsett vad resultatet blir på helåret så amorterar vi lite drygt 30 miljoner och vi skriver av lite knappt 40. Så att det finns ytterligare ett kassaflöde på en 7,5 miljoner ungefär att lägga till årets resultat som vi kan använda för ytterligare investeringar. Det är en grön aktie. Det var det hela från Gotland.
Perfekt. Då börjar med första frågan här som ni själva har skrivit. Som handlar lite om era break-even-nivåer. Ni säger att ni internt har gått från ungefär 50 öre och är nere på 35 nu om jag minns rätt här. Och då är min fråga egentligen vad är de lägst hängande frukterna som ni kan göra när ni går in i nya vindparker för att få ner den här break-even-nivån?
Ja, men i huvudsak så är det ju så. Vi har ju tagit in, mycket handlar ju om balansräkningar, att vi har tagit in kapital. Så att vi har en högre soliditet än längre tillbaka i tid. Liksom. Men sen så är det på servicesidan så alltså dels så ser vi bättre och bättre räntenivåer för vår del. När bolaget blir lönsamt så får vi bättre räntor. Och sen så på servicesidan finns det rätt mycket att göra. När bolaget nya kontrakt idag blir billigare och billigare. Om vi tittar på de riktigt stora projekten så är man nere väldigt lågt och dit kan inte riktigt vi nå. Men det går att sänka ganska mycket på servicesidan, får man säga.
Och du pratade själv där om kanske möjligheterna för fortsatt expansion och investeringar. Hur ser ni på vindkraftsmarknaden idag? Känner ni att det finns många aktörer som har gjort att man budar upp priserna på de tillgångarna som finns? Eller som ni själva säger, ni har en egen nisch.
Nej, men alltså vi skulle inte i dagsläget kunna vara en konkurrenskraftig budgivare på ett 40-maskiners projekt i norra Sverige. Vårt avkastningskrav och vårt mål är ju tufft gentemot fonderna. Så att vi rör oss ju i som jag sa, ett segment där vi tycker att det är mindre konkurrens. Och då behöver vi ju ha kompetensen själva, för vi måste ju drifta de anläggningarna. Så att vi ser inte så här långt att det i segmentet upp till 10 vindkraftverk byggde någon gång kring 2000 fram till 2014 kanske. Där 2010 till 2014, förlåt. Där ser vi fortsatt att det finns mycket att göra. Och att köpa maskiner som är utspridda i olika projekt är inte attraktivt för en fond. För våran del är det ju inte heller i förstone. Det krävs ju lite jobb för att ha vi en geografisk spridning, men vi jobbar ju än så länge i princip bara med V90 från Vestas och E82 från Enercon. Så vi får ju stordriftsfördelar på ett annat sätt. Tekniskt sett håller vi oss till få varianter, som sagt E82 V90, finns några V100 men det är fortfarande ganska lika. Och sen så kan vi då successivt öka det här som från början var utspritt. Och med det tålamodet köpa en maskin i taget. I sådana parker som när branschen byggdes på det sättet av många ägare i en park. Det är inte så det ser ut idag. Idag är det en stor fond eller möjligen 2 och en jättestor park. Men förr byggdes det av många ägare. Man kunde dela på ett vindkraftverk. Vi har ett projekt som heter Silkomhöjden då, som är ett gott exempel. Vi köpte en maskin av 3 i en liten park i Dalarna. Vi köpte den maskinen tillsammans med 5 andra utspritt i Sverige. Och sen efter ett litet tag så fanns det en halv maskin till att köpa i det projektet. Då köpte vi den. Och när den var köpt så köpte vi andra halvan. Då äger vi 2 av 3. Och sen i måndag så tillträdde vi den 3:e. Och när vi nu äger de 3, då har vi nått ganska långt i förädlingen. Både hur parken kan finansieras och driftas och även värdet på marknaden. Fortfarande lite litet, men tillsammans med något grannprojekt så blir det aptitligt för fler. Vår huvudsakliga verksamhet är att äga och driva, så att det är inte så mycket som finns på säljlistan, men vi tycker det är trevligt om grejerna är värda mycket, även om vi behåller dem.
Vi får stanna där. Stort tack för den här presentationen.
Tack så mycket.
Ja, välkomna allihopa. Stefan Knutsson heter jag, aktieanalytiker på ABG. Och med oss idag har vi Poolias vd Jan Bengtsson. Varsågod.
Ja, men tack så mycket, tack. Ja, jag heter alltså Jan Bengtsson och jag är vd och koncernchef på Poolia sedan november förra året. Tidigare var jag vd på Uniflex och som ni kanske känner till så gjorde Poolia och Uniflex en fusion där Uniflex i princip blev uppköpta av Poolia. Jag har varit 22 år i bemanningsbranschen. Började med att jobba med försäljning och rekrytering och sen har jag haft lite olika roller inom det. Ja, jag tänkte medan vi väntar där så fick ni chansen att njuta av Poolias vision som vi har. Vi tycker den passar bra för den verksamhet som vi bedriver. Ja, vi är noterade på Stockholmsbörsen och det finns knappt 47 miljoner aktier. Jag äger själv 360 000. Kursen är 6 kronor ungefär idag så börsvärdet är någonstans strax under 300 miljoner. Och det grundades 89 av Björn Örås som fortfarande då är styrelseordförande. Och vi är aktiva i Norge, Finland, Sverige och lite i Tyskland. Ungefär 4 000 anställda där de flesta då är konsulter som jobbar ute hos kunderna. Det här är vår affärsidé. Och det betyder det är att vi jobbar dels med att hyra ut personal. Och det innebär att vi letar rätt på en person som vi anställer som blir konsult hos oss. Som vi sedan hyr ut till kunden. Och då tar vi betalt av kunden per timme. Och den här anställda har då månadslön eller timlön eller någon form av lön i alla fall. Ofta är det en missuppfattning att de finns i någon slags tillgänglig pool och bara sitter och väntar. Men så är det inte. De har anställningsavtal precis som alla andra. De har kollektivavtal. Så att de flesta har en garantilön som uppgår till ungefär 80-90%. En del har 100%. Det skiljer sig lite mellan de olika länderna. Men de är alltså anställda på vanligt sätt. Och de flesta jobbar heltid. Vi har en del studenter som jobbar extra och de anställs ju mer då per timme. Men vi då betalar ju lön och sen arbetsavgifter, sjuklön, pensionskostnader och semesterlön och sånt. Och sen så tar vi ett pris då som är högre än det här av kunden och som blir vårt premium som vi sen ska då använda till att administrera alltihopa det här. Och det är lite varierande mellan våra olika segment men det kanske är någonstans drygt 90% av verksamheten som är det här. Eller av omsättningen. Sen har vi då rekrytering som är den andra delen. Det är när ett företag vill anställa en person. Då letar vi rätt på någon som då är intresserad av att börja jobba direkt hos kunden utan att bli anställd hos oss. Och då tar vi ett arvode som kan vara någonstans mellan 40 och 250 000 för det beroende på vilken nivå det är. Så det är så att säga våran verksamhet då, som är ganska på det sättet lik många andra bemanningsföretag. Men det som skiljer oss då är den nisch som vi har valt, eller de nischer. De blåa är Poolias och de orangea är det som är Uniflex. Och det är ju lite så här att ju smalare nisch eller ju mer specialiserad nisch man kan hitta desto högre marginaler. Om man tar till exempel life science som är personer med ganska hög utbildning inom läkemedelssektorn. Där får man ganska bra betalt per timme och det är ganska många procent i marginal. Så det blir mycket pengar kvar. Men det blir kanske inte så stora volymer. I andra ändan har man då industri och lager på Uniflex där man kan få stora volymer. Men det är väldigt stor konkurrens. Det finns många företag som jobbar med samma sak. Och det är inte så höga löner heller. Och då blir det lite mindre pengar kvar. Men man får anse en ganska stor omsättning av det. Det som är så att säga, basen som Poolia börjar med en gång i tiden är ekonomi. Och det är fortfarande det som är en av de större bitarna. Ekonomuthyrning. Men även IT och engineering har varit en stor del av deras verksamhet. Det som är lite spetsigt som inte riktigt, eller som de flesta av våra konkurrenter inte har, är det som kallas executive search. Det är alltså en headhunting-avdelning och det är de fallen man betalar 250 eller kanske 300 000 för att rekrytera någon. Och då rör det sig ofta om en finansdirektör eller vd eller liknande. Vi har också någonting som kallas interim management och hyr man ut motsvarande personer. Så det är den övre delen av löne- och prisspannet. Tittar man då på Uniflex och går ner i det som är nedre delen, det vi kallar för kundservice, då hyr vi ut personal inom kanske växelreception eller till olika callcenter. Och det är ofta ganska många ungdomar som jobbar med de jobben. Då. Tittar man på hur branschen har utvecklat sig så har vi i Sverige en branschorganisation som lämnar ut statistik varje kvartal. I Sverige är vi bra på det här. I Tyskland kommer motsvarande statistik ungefär 2 år i efterhand. Lite svårare att få fram den där. det man kan se här då att det visar att det har varit en fallande trend det senaste året. Och det här är då när man jämför kvartal över kvartal. Så det senaste siffran är då tredje kvartalet 2019 där man jämför omsättningen då i branschen mot 2018. Den här är lite dopad så varje gång den lämnas så är det lite bättre än vad det egentligen är. För här ingår det förvärv. Man mäter på de 35 största företagen och det är inte alltid samma. Till exempel nu då när Poolia rent tekniskt köpte Uniflex så ingår ju det här. Så att normalt sett får man dra bort 2 procentenheter från det här. Så att man kan säga att för jämförbara företag så minskade bemanningsbranschen med 10% tredje kvartalet i år. Tittar man bakåt i tiden så kan man se att det brukar gå neråt en sån här 5 kvartal, kanske 6. Jättesvårt att säga hur det kommer bli nu. Det har varit en längre uppgång men inte lika stor. Men det är ingen kanske stor gissning att det kommer vända uppåt någon gång under nästa år. Och det är det som matematisk fråga såklart att om omsättningen sjunker så blir det enkla jämförelsetal. Men sen brukar cyklarna se ut så här och det är inte bara i Sverige utan i flera länder. Men innan det sker så kommer det kanske vara 1, 2 eller möjligen 3 rätt tuffa kvartal även framåt. För ni som kanske läste tjänsteindikatorn som kom här nu i morse från Almega visar på att det är fortsatt ner för tjänstebranschen. Och det ser rätt tufft ut även för industrin. Och det är ju så att vi är ju så att säga lite gummisnodden mot näringslivet och deras behov. Så att när det går neråt så minskar vi ganska mycket. Å andra sidan, när det vänder uppåt så går det ganska fort. För att kunna hantera det så måste man ha en stark balansräkning precis som vi har. Och man måste också ha en kostnadsmassa som är anpassad där man har stor flexibilitet. Så kanske inte varit på Poolia tidigare men nu har vi under den här tiden sedan fusionen fullbordat sett till att skapa det så att vi har goda förutsättningar när det väl vänder uppåt igen. Då. Tittar man på siffrorna här då för som vi senast offentliggjorde så kan man se att omsättningen har minskat 12%. Och nu var det visserligen bara Sverige som vi visade här men 10% så att ja. Man kan nog gissa att det ligger ungefär som marknaden är lite sämre kanske. Sen skiljer sig ganska mycket mellan hur vi har lyckats i de olika länderna, vilket vi kommer titta på en stund. Men det som sagt det är en konjunkturkänslig verksamhet och även om ni som sitter här och runt Stockholm, Stureplan, Hötorget inte upplever det. Och åker man till Karlstad så finns det faktiskt folk som är arbetslösa nu som inte var det för 1 år sedan. Och det svänger ganska fort, men det man ska ha med sig också att det är samma sak när det går åt andra hållet. Det man kan se på resultatet är att vi har lyckats öka vinsten ganska mycket. Fortfarande för låg marginal mot vad vi vill ha, men det är ändå på rätt väg. Nu hade vi, ska man ju säga ärligt namn, lite kostnader för fusionens fullbordande då förra året som drog ner resultatet. Men det känns ändå som att vi någonstans är på väg i rätt riktning. Man ska också komma ihåg att utöver de här kostnaderna som vi sparade med att bara ersätta till exempel 2 vd med 1 och 2 ekonomichef med 1 så har vi gjort ganska stora besparingar inom Poolia-sfären då, där man hade en lite för hög kostnadsmassa. Och det passar ju bra nu då när omsättningen har gått neråt. Men när det vänder uppåt så kommer vi inte behöva gå tillbaka till de här gamla kostnaderna utan då har vi en bra och flexibel kostnadsmassa på en lägre nivå. Tittar man just Q3 isolerat så är det lite samma mönster som vi hade i resten av året, att vi tappar omsättning. Som ni såg på bilden innan där så accelererar ju omsättningstappet. Det är jättesvårt att säga vad det blir i Q4, det får man ju se. Men även här var det då en ökning av rörelsemarginalen som vi har. Om vi sen kikar på Sverige då kan man se att Poolia, om man backar en 6-7 år så har man nästan inte gjort några vinster i Sverige och man har tappat marknadsandelar. Det man kan se under det här året så har marknadsandelstappet stannat av. Och jag tror att det är nog så vi kommer kunna ha det. Vi kommer kanske till och med göra det bättre än marknaden framgent. Jag tror också att vi kommer kunna få en betydligt bättre rörelsemarginal än vi haft tidigare. Tittar man på de bästa konkurrenterna så kanske de har 9-10% rörelsemarginal. Men det är realistiskt att på Poolia-delen i alla fall kanske tjänar mellan 6-8%. Och det var säkert 7-8 år sedan Poolia gjorde det. Men det hänger ihop med att man haft en för hög kostnadsmassa. Det är inget fel på affären, den har varit alldeles utmärkt. Men det är också hämmat lite tillväxten att man har hela tiden behövt spara på den delen som genererar affärer istället för det som faktiskt inte kanske behövs i så stor utsträckning. Så att även om det är nedgång, väldigt liten vinst, så känns det som att vi är på rätt väg och jag tror att det kommer bli väldigt bra när vi så småningom ser att det vänder. Men säkert några tuffa kvartal även framåt då. Uniflex är lite annan situation. Det är extrem konkurrens och den har tilltagit under en högkonjunktur som har varit ganska lång. Tittar man på konkurrenterna tjänar så tjänar de nästan inga pengar alls. Det är väl så här någonstans i snitt kanske 0,5% eller 1%. Vi tror nog att vi kan göra 2-3% på den här delen. Och det är ungefär där vi har legat de senaste åren. Men det innebär att vi inte kommer utvecklas kanske i takt med marknaden utan kommer ha lite sämre omsättningssiffror. Å andra sidan så är det så pass stor omsättning så det kommer nog kunna bli ganska mycket pengar kvar ändå. Det som är utmaningen är just nu när verkstadsindustrin och framförallt fordonssektorn går lite sämre. Då tar man ju bort ganska många konsulter. Så att då kan det också bli garantilöner. Eftersom, som jag berättade tidigare, de här är ju anställda av oss. Så vi måste ju, om de inte behövs längre så försöker vi först hitta ett annat uppdrag. Och sen måste vi säga upp dem. Men det är enligt gängse regler att man måste kalla till förhandling och säga upp dem. Och då kan de gå ett tag ute och vara belagda. Då. Men vi lyckades då, även om vi inte lyckades öka vinsten, så ökade rörelsemarginalen. Och det tycker jag ändå är ganska bra med ett så stort tapp som 19% av omsättningen. Ja, tittar vi på Tyskland här så, ja, min bedömning när jag tittar på de stora konkurrenterna, Manpower och Randstad, de som också rapporterar, de rapporterar ju sällan Tyskland isolerat, men man kan läsa deras rapport att omsättningstappet har varit ganska stort där. Och i Tyskland hänger det ihop med dels att det gjordes om lagstiftningen där, att man inte får hyra in personal i mer än 18 månader. De flesta är inte inhyrda 18 månader, men några är det. Och då blir det ett intäktstapp. Dessutom som har gjort om lönesystemet så att det är ganska komplicerat där för att det ska vara rättvist, så ska man betala samma lön som kunden gör. Och i Tyskland gör man saker ordentligt så det är väldigt svårt att få till det där. Men när man väl får det så visar det sig att kanske hälften av de anställda hade löner som låg under det som var tvungna att höja det. Så det har också blivit ett tapp på marginalen för kunderna inte velat betala eller öka priserna i motsvarande mån. Sen har ju som ni vet också fordonsindustrin sackat lite i Tyskland, vilket ju då är en viktig kund för bemanningsföretagen. Men jag tror att nu har det varit så här ett par år så att jag tror att vi nog kommer hitta ett jämviktsläge i marknaden i Tyskland där det faktiskt inte kommer krympa så mycket mera, för det har varit 2 år där det krympt ganska ordentligt, så då brukar det bli så att det stabiliserar sig. Så kan det säkert bli här. Och då måste vi se till att vi hittar ett bra läge för oss även här då, att kunna tjäna pengar i framtiden. Jag kan också säga att det finns ingen Uniflex-verksamhet i Tyskland och inga planer på att skaffa det heller. Vi hade en sån tidigare som vi sålde för något år sedan. Där. Den delen som går bäst är tyvärr den som är minst. Här i Finland. Tittar man på Poolia där så var det en tillväxt på drygt 20%. Och vi har haft en bra tillväxt hela året. Och här tjänar man ungefär som, eller faktiskt övrig delen av vad man ska kunna tjäna på Poolia-delen. Då är det nästan 8%. Men på Poolia som sagt ska man kunna ligga på 6-8% i rörelsemarginal tror jag. Och det har ju Poolia i Finland gjort under ganska lång tid. Så det här ser ganska bra ut. Den finska ekonomin har väl kanske börjat sakta ner lite, men det ser ändå ganska okej ut. Uniflex är precis som i Sverige, större konkurrens, så där kanske man inte kan nå, eller kommer man inte kunna nå 6-8%, men i alla fall 3%. Och tittar man på hur det ser ut i Finland så har vi legat på de nivåerna och vi har också haft en liten tillväxt, så det ser också bra ut. Norge är väldigt spännande, för som ni ser på sista punkten där så har vi ju startat Poolia-verksamhet. Det fanns bara Uniflex här och det har vi gjort inom ramen för Uniflex. Vi särredovisar inte det utan vi har det som en del i det segmentet. Och det kostar lite pengar att dra igång det här. Vi har anställt upp lite säljare och så. Vi måste etablera varumärket. Men det känns ändå som att det börjar rulla igång. Norge har ju en konjunktur som skiljer sig lite från andra delar av världen i och med att de har oljan, så att det styrs ju ganska mycket om det. Men det är fortfarande ganska goda tider där, även om bemanningsbranschen har visat tendenser till att tappa omsättning. Vi har ändå lyckats ganska bra. Som ni ser så har vi en bra tillväxt och vi har en rimlig rörelsemarginal där. Det kan vara bra att veta också, det glömde jag säga när det gäller Tyskland och Uniflex Sverige, att man betalar lön på röda dagar även om man inte arbetar. Så att i 3:e kvartalet fanns det inga sådana dagar. Det fanns inga helgdagar. Det kommer igen i 4:e kvartalet här. Det är en dålig jul för oss som arbetsgivare. Men vi betalar så lön på julafton, juldagen och så vidare utan att vi får några intäkter. Så att 3:e kvartalet ska ju vara bäst. Men hur som helst så Norge känns som att vi är ändå på god väg och vi har en ganska, numera en hyfsat stabil Uniflex-verksamhet. Den är rätt så säsongsberoende som har mycket inom byggsektorn, olja, gas. Och vädret påverkar ganska mycket, så att från någonstans mars till oktober-november så är det full fart, sen dör det nästan ut. Men då blir det ett bra komplement sen när vi får igång Poolia då, som är mera håller samma nivå året runt. Om man tittar lite på det här är från Sverige då, konjunkturprognosen, så var jag på SE-banken och lyssnade här och då sa de så här, som det står här. Och våran bransch är ju beroende av konjunkturen och det är ju, kan man ju lätt mäta med BNP-utvecklingen. Och 2018 var det ju ganska starka siffror. Det är ju inte dåliga siffror 2019, men de är lägre, vilket har lett till att det har blivit en omsättningsminskning i hela branschen. Deras prognos, som väl sammanfaller kanske med många andras, är väl att det ser ut ungefär likadant och det blir en så kallad mjuklandning. Det skulle innebära att det kanske inte blir något gyllene år för bemanningsbranschen, men det blir kanske inte så mycket sämre heller. Och hittar man en ny jämviktsnivå på omsättningen och inte tappar utan kan ligga kvar, så kan man ju tjäna mer pengar då än när den går ner som den har gjort i år. Det som är fördelarna om man tittar på det här, om det nu blir så, det är att arbetslösheten går upp. Och för oss är det bra, för då är det lättare att hitta kandidater. Det är inte så att alla vi anställer är arbetslösa, men några av de som kommer till oss är arbetslösa. Och ökar den så pass mycket ändå som man förutspår här, så blir det lite lättare att hitta kandidater. Och sen 2021 då, så börjar det ju takta uppåt igen enligt SCB. Hur det blir får vi väl se. Om man då kikar lite sammantaget vad jag har tänkt ägna mig åt det här, eller nästa år då, så är det att vi måste fortsätta arbeta hårt med försäljning. Vi har ju, det är en väldigt säljdriven verksamhet. Man måste vara ute och hålla kontakt med kunderna. Det är en ganska tuff konkurrens. Man måste jobba med marknadsföring också såklart. Men framförallt måste man se till att man lägger mycket resurser på att ta hand om kunderna och hitta nya kunder. Och det fokuset kommer vi fortsätta öka. Och sen också att hitta synergier, dels mellan Uniflex och Poolia i Sverige, men även mellan Norge, Finland och Sverige. Det har visat sig att en del av de kunder vi har i de olika länderna finns i de andra länderna, och det ska man kunna dra nytta av. Det är tyvärr lite svårt i Tyskland, för det är inte riktigt samma typ av kunder där. Det finns ju otroligt mycket, eller väldigt starkt näringsliv av medelstora familjeföretag eller liknande som inte finns till exempel i Sverige då. Men jag tror ändå att de synergierna som vi hade tänkt få fram i fusionen inte riktigt har kommit fram, så de måste vi jobba vidare med. Sen är det så att när det gäller besparingarna så finns det inte längre uppenbara besparingar vi kan göra. Naturligtvis om omsättningen sjunker så måste vi anpassa oss till det. Men det som det handlar mycket om är också att hitta lite smartare sätt att arbeta. Och det dyker upp väldigt många bra digitala hjälpmedel. Sen är det inte alla som vi kan använda, och en del kanske är ganska dyra. Men om man hittar de här många små verktygen så blir det ganska stor effekt på helheten. Och liksom, så lite, kanske möjligen en rolig anekdot. Så när jag började i branschen 97, då faxade man in tidrapporter. Och sen när verksamheten växte så köpte vi fler faxar. Sen hade vi ett helt rum med fax och en faxansvarig. Det var ju ganska dyrt. Det var ju länge sedan det försvann. Men man ser hur många saker gör framsteg som man inte tänker på som vanlig person. Så nu fungerar det på ett helt annat sätt. Både när man bokar ut personal och när man tidrapporterar liknande. Och där kan man spara ganska mycket resurser och mycket pengar. Sammantaget så syftar allt det här till att vi ska öka vinsten då nästa år. Så det är ju då det som vi har tänkt att försöka göra. Yes, nu vet jag inte om det är du som frågar eller publiken eller hur det är.
Det är jag.
Det är bara du som frågar. Ja.
Tack så mycket Jan för det. Som du varit inne på så har det varit en utmanande marknad. Är ditt grundscenario det du presenterar här som SCB ser också att 2020 blir kanske som 2019 och att vi kan förvänta oss till 2021 innan det blir bättre på marknaden?
Ja, men ungefär så. Sen ligger bemanningsbranschen tidigare, för att vi märkte av en nedgång redan fjärde kvartalet 2018. Så troligtvis kommer vi märka av en uppgång någon gång under nästa år. Sen är det jättesvårt att säga hur det är, men om det blir en generell uppgång 2021 så kommer vi märka den på hösten 2020. Men man kan nog anta att nästa år blir väl ungefär som det här. Men det som underlättar för oss det är om det liksom då går i sidled och inte neråt. För just som det har varit i år när det går neråt så ligger man ju ofta lite efter och drar ner på kostnaderna. Så att, men om man följer bemanningsbranschen så är det också viktigt att hålla koll på konjunkturen, för det är ganska tätt sammanvävt då. Sen kan man naturligtvis göra saker bättre genom att hitta på lite nya idéer och nya affärer och nya tjänster och sånt. Och det kommer vi också försöka med. Men det är ändå en konjunkturkänslig verksamhet, så att det hänger samman med hur det går.
Ja. Det som jag tycker ni har gjort bra i år, det är att ni har fått upp rörelsemarginalen trots att det här försäljningstappet som ni har haft. Vad skulle du säga det har varit primärt drivet av? Nej, men jag tror att när vi började titta på Poolia, när vi kom in där med hjälp av de som tidigare jobbat, så fanns det mycket kostnader som inte bidrog till affärsverksamheten, som var trevliga att ha men som inte liksom behövdes. Och då, för det som Uniflex har varit bra på och vill drivet av till så låga marginaler, det är försäljning och sen också att ha en väldigt slimmad kostnadskostym. Och då har vi försökt föra över det här nu till Poolia, och på kostnadssidan har vi lyckats. Sen har vi inte gjort det fullt ut när det gäller försäljningen, men det är någonting som vi jobbar med kontinuerligt. Men det är framförallt kostnadsbesparingar inom Poolia-delen och framförallt Poolia Sverige som vi har lyckats med. Har ni några fler SC-rockar när det kommer till lönsamhet här inne i 2020? Nej, men jag tror att vårt fokus kommer ju vara... Det
på ett sätt så blir det en enkel matematik där man tittar att på Poolia och deras konkurrenter så går det högre rörelsemarginal. Då bör man ju satsa där. Sen är inte volymen lika stora. Men om man liksom får en summa pengar och satsar någonstans så satsar den hellre på Poolia än på Uniflex. Det är ju så det blir. Sen behöver man ändå Uniflex-delen. För det som är bra med Uniflex är att vill man ha stora kunder så behöver man den biten. Och då kan man ha stora ramavtal där man då får volymer. Men kanske i och för sig lägre marginaler, men det går ändå att tjäna pengar på det. Men fokus kommer vara då inom, framförallt på Poolia, och se till att öka inom ekonomi, IT, engineering och de som Poolia traditionellt har varit starka på.
Du är inne lite på det här, men det som kanske har varit lite mindre bra är att ni har tappat lite mer omsättning än vad marknaden är ner, och det är mycket drivet av Uniflex Sverige. Skulle du säga att det är främst strategiska beslut, eller tycker du även att Uniflex Sverige har underpresterat här under 2020? Nej, men alltså det är ju en form av strategiskt beslut, för vi ser att en del av de konkurrenter som växer, de tjänar verkligen inga pengar. Och en del har säkert en förhoppning att kunna sälja med en hög omsättning, men idag är det ingen som betalar för det, utan det är ju vinsten som gäller. Men man kan också se att de får ju stora problem. Om man lyckas så här, knappt tjäna pengar i högkonjunktur när man växer, så blir det tufft när det vänder. Och jag vet ju att en del branschkollegor har det ganska svårt nu. Och det är bra, för då inser de att de måste ta lite mer betalt. Sen kan det rent av vara så att någon faktiskt försvinner också. Och det blir inte heller lika attraktivt att starta nya bemanningsföretag. Så det är bra. Sen har vi säkert gjort misstag också på den delen när det gäller liksom försäljning. Men ofta när vi har tappat på någon upphandling på något större företag, så är det för att priset har blivit lägre än vi kan tänka oss. För vi har ändå liksom vårt krav på rörelsemarginaler som vi i alla fall ska försöka få till 2-3%. Då kan vi liksom inte gå lägre. För vi vet också att vi är extremt effektiva när det gäller att drifta den här verksamheten. Okej, och slutligen då, nu när marknaden i Sverige är utmanande, ser du att era övriga marknader kan ge en hjälpande hand här under 2020?
Ja, jag tror att Finland kommer fortsätta gå bra. Där är vi, i och med att vi är då relativt små, så blir vi inte lika beroende av marknaden. Där kan vi göra liksom bra själva. Så där tror jag att det kommer fortsätta och tuffa på ganska bra. Sen är det jättespännande med Norge. Dels för att vi nu börjar få igång Poolia, och sen också att vi har en ganska stabil kundmassa, även om den är säsongskänslig. Så att i Norge har vi också en fin affär. Tyskland får man ju se vad som händer, men det känns som att nu är det nog dags att vi ser till att vända den verksamheten. Annars får vi ta till lite mer drastiska åtgärder där. För det har varit 2 år nu som inte alls har varit bra. Då. Så att och vi har ju då en plan för det, så får vi se om vi lyckas genomföra den.
Ja, bra. Med det så vill jag tacka Jan Bengtsson och Poolia för idag.
Okay, let's continue. My name is Jesper Birch Jensen, and I work as an analyst here at ABG, where I follow companies like Allgon. And today we have CFO Johan Hårdén and CFO Sten Hildemar, who's going to tell us all about Allgon and their future plans. So please go ahead, Johan.
Thank you. Welcome all to this session about Allgon Group. I'm going to take you forward this presentation. A little bit background, you can see on the movie example. We're going to talk about radio remote control and what is that. The best thing to do to introduce is to take a movie. You can see the industry where we are using radio remote control. You can see it in all environments where we have robots environments and also all the time using this radio remote control. Here you can see example where they're using control to steer machines. Except me, I'm going to let over later to Sten Hildemar, who is the CFO for the Allgon Group. I want to start also to have a short overview. We're going to talk about radio remote control. It's 80% of our revenue totally. We also have a vertical connectivity, which I'm going to explain a little bit, but the focus will be on the radio remote control. Some key numbers. We have 1 year since we acquired Teleradio, and with Teleradio we increased 200%, and we have reached the net sales of 560 million. And also you can see in the last quarter we reached EBITDA margin above 16%. 370 employees, so during one night we grow a lot. And also we are operating in 18 countries. And we climbed in the radio remote global market to number 5. I'm going to explain a little bit more about that. I'm going to talk about 4 segments, and this is not how we report economics. This is how I want to introduce you to you can understand the market and the segments we are operating in. If you look into Allgon for the radio remote control, and you can see that we are very strong at our home market, Nordics and especially also Sweden, but focus also in Europe, but we are all the time trying to expand and become more international. We have Teleradio, which has the subsidiaries around the world, and we have Åkerströms, which are selling through distributor model. And Åkerström is also expanding their sales together with customer like SSAB, Atlas Copco, Husqvarna, etc., bigger accounts. For me, it's much easier to talk about industrial remote control, what is not. We're getting closer to the Christmas. You can see toys is using all the connected thing and also radio controls. But this is not what we are working with. For the industry, we have diversified customer base, and we have long and loyal customer partnerships together with the customer. The entries for the barriers is very high, so when we finally get into the customer, they will stay for many years. And this is also typical for the industries. Essentially in the industrial process, I want to highlight a couple of things for us which are working forward with the radio remote control. First of all, safety. We talk about mission critical products. Safety all the time. And you have emergency button, you have also controlling system all the time working 24 hours. Efficiency is about radio remote control. Of course, the industry always driving through this process. And you also can see that what we are working with together with the customer, also when we develop new product, it's about the ergonomics. It's very important because this control is using 24 hours all the time. So it's very important that everything works well and also for the user. Automation is about, we talk about in a lot of buzzwords, Industry 4.0. These 2 companies with a long history has made this for many, many years. And of course, we are together with the customer and develop all the time new effective solution together with the customers. The market we are operating in, if we take a look in it, it's 6 to 8 billion Swedish crowns. and we have an average growth of 12%. Allgon is doing a little bit more than that. You can see it this year, we are about that, and we focus a lot in sales. And this is also our colleague estimate the market value. Now I'm going to talk a little bit more about this segment so you can understand more where we operate with our customers and where you can find teleradio and also orchestras. You can see it in the top there, movies also, so you can see the example for the industry. Here we talk about tailor-made solutions, and we also talk about aftermarket and service. This is not just a simplified customization. We work together with the customers, and also it's extremely high demanding for safety in this area. Orchestram has a long history, more than 50 years, developing these products. And teleradio go more for international expansion. Mobile, you can see the movie on the top. You see a driver steps out from the truck, and he actually put in the remote control. And this is how you can avoid that he will get into a critical zone. You can steer the truck with a remote control. And when I talk about mobile, it's transportation. It's more easy. This mobile is more for internal what we are listing the applications. But transportation, heavy duty equipment, and this is a high growth segment. All the time it's we can see a new application. And here we also have teleradio, which are growing rapidly in the subsidiaries around the world. Mining is also one area which our focus is on. And of course, it's focused on security. There you also have more tailor-made solution together with the customer, and optimization for production. It's very important. For example, we are growing now together with Boliden and also with Lundin Mining. So this is a very interesting area to work with the customer outside. We talk about door and gates. Of course, you can use your mobile phone to open a door and gate. You can do it in your home. But for industrial perspective, it's very important to have first of all, safety and also battery capacity. This is also where you have much more large volume market, and this is a little bit more plug and play, but it is customization for the customer. For example, Volvo Cars, as one example, they have a lot of industry doors which we are supplying and supporting. We can take a look into next year a little bit, what we are doing all the time. We have two very good platforms, two strong brands, two strong cultures. And what we're doing here for remotes, I just recently talked about that we are, together with the customer, develop new functionality. With Boliden, we have made a cloud-based data. This is what we talk about, Industry 4.0. But remember, the industry is very conservative. So what we do together is to secure the safety, and we have developed a new application which we're going to roll out in new sites next year. And we have already invested in this platform, and together with the customer, we can do new applications. So this is a very exciting project which is going to be rolled out next year. And once again, we are testing everything together with the customer, and we have so long history and loyal partnership. We also launched a new platform, Puma. And Puma is the next step. It's a new powerful system. And we also see this as an accelerator for the hydraulic business, and also what I talked about recently about transportation. This is very interesting for us. In this platform, we also have this RFID solution, which we can control the radio remote control and collect data. So this is a complete fulfillment platform which we're going to roll out definitely next year. We have started this year with this launch, and this investment is already made. So now we're looking forward for next year to roll out this platform. I will mention also the other vertical connectivity because it's 20% of Allgon total revenue. We have two companies. First of all, it's SmartTech Wireless, and here we focus on energy, electricity meters, and also EV charging stations. And as you know, it probably will be more electric cars than there is infrastructure now. So it's a very interesting business where they have a growing stage now. SatMission is working for the satellite, and this is a project-based driven business. So in some quarter, we don't have any sales because it's much, much bigger sale value in this case. We also have industrial IoT, and I just show you the example where we're using the cloud-based data to the customer. Remember, we have more than 10,000 customers in the industry and the mobile sector, which we are using this kind of solution. And this is also interesting for us to take a look in what the new technology will be. A little bit summary. We want to step a little bit more further up on the stage, and of course we aim for number one. And how will we do that? First of all, we have two strong brands, Teleradio and Åkesson. We're entering the market from two sides. With Teleradio, we had a growth plan. We know that new subsidiaries, we also aim for 2 new markets every year. This year, it became to 3 markets. Åkesson will grow with the industry customer around the Nordic region. And of course, we see the benefits. These 2 companies will work together for the common backend solution. We're talking about platform. But you can compare us a little bit more like automotive. If you compare us like Volvo Cars, they have the same platform, but the same backend. And this is very interesting for us to combine. I just mentioned it's a very interesting market. It's a high margin market, and of course, it's a growing phase all the time. We can see it also, the investment, if we talk about, we climb up to 6 to 7%, and we want definitely to climb more. 6 to 8 billion is the estimation of the market in total value. New distributor network. We have subsidiary now since October in Brazil, France, and Russia. It will take 1 year until we see the effect. But this is very important in long-term business because we have so many upcoming opportunities here. So when we decided, we have a clear vision and plan which country we can see the opportunity for to grow. We have one of the widest product range in the market, and this is very unique to have these 2 platforms. And once again, my mission and vision is to have in the future the same software backend. And this is very important for us to have a fallback solution. We are not there yet, but we will work on that case. This market is a little bit fragmented, and of course, there's a foundation for consolidation. As you can see, Allgon, we focus on sale. We have a lot of opportunity to grow with new subsidiaries, but of course, we are open for more acquisition. In some areas, some countries where we already have the subsidiary, it's a benefit for us to have our own employees if something comes up. Our strategy, once again, sales and distributor model. We have shown you and also shown the market that this work very well. I personally are looking into increase the aftermarket sales. And imagine yourself that this next step, we will also have service maintenance. We can see all the remote control, all the installations, which we can also provide more services and more information to the customer. This is the future, and this is what we already started with Boliden. Puma with the next generation, definitely it will become more interesting for the customer. The R&D, we will invest, but we will invest also together with the customer. But because the industry, however it is in the industrial door or transportation, they are very conservative. So we getting very close to the customer and try to do new application on their already established platform that we have. So this is a strategy we have forward. Now we'll let over to Sten Hildemar.
So, thank you, Johan. Since we are in between report dates, I will only have a short 2 slides update. The third quarter report is available on the home side, together with the financial hearing that goes with it. For the first 9 months of 2019, we have a turnover of 430 million Swedish crowns, and we reach a EBITDA at 76.6, which corresponds to a margin of 17.8%. We are satisfied with this result. We think we have performed well. During these 3 first quarters, we have a result for the period of 27.7 million, which corresponds to a profit per share of 48 öre per share. And the cash flow has also been satisfactory. We have made 43.2 from the operating activities while growing in a rapid pace, which you need to remember when you look at the numbers. At the end of September, we have a net debt of 225 million Swedish, and also we have a net debt ratio to the EBITDA adjusted to 2.5. So it has been declining, this ratio, over time. We are satisfied with this, as I told you, and you can see in the report that we now are in a situation where we consolidated Teleradio for a full quarter last year and up to 3 quarters this year. So we have a rolling 12 months to report, and we have a turnover of 560 million and a EBITDA at 91 million. So the message is that we from the management are satisfied with the year so far, and the summary is what Johan has talked about. We look at ourselves as we have 2 companies that are growing quickly, Åkerströms and Teleradio. They are profitable, both of them, and the growth is on a group level comes from the turnaround in Åkerströms and from the success that Teleradio has had in expanding their business. The global market is growing, so we feel that we're in a pretty good place. And I don't intend to say all that much more, but I will be available for Q&As if somebody has some specific financial questions they want to ask me. And back to you, Jesper.
Thank you, Johan and Sten. First off, it's been more than a year since you bought Teleradio and more than doubled your sales and personnel base overnight. How's the implementation gone so far? Has it all been according to plan or any surprises?
It's going according to the plan, and of course we're talking about synergy regarding this acquisition, and we are not the guys who's putting out the synergies so far. I mean, we have reached 5 million in synergies so far. We estimate 15 million during a period of 3 years. But once again, it's focused on sales. As you can see, I'm quite satisfied that we are growing faster than the market. So it's going very well for us now.
And speaking of Teleradio, you recently announced that you're expanding geographically by establishing subsidiaries in Brazil, Russia, and France. When should investors expect these subsidiaries to be up and running and contributing to the top line of the group?
Yeah, we are up and running right now, but when you can expect to see effect in the numbers, you can calculate that first of all 1 to 3 years. It depends how much business, of course, we have together with the. Mostly, it's two things to establish new subsidiaries. Once it's to buy a distributor to convert it to our own subsidiaries. And then you have the benefits, they already have business. In these 3 countries, we started with the most important for us, the management employees, which are well known in the business. So 1 to 3 years you can expect, but we are profitable after 1 year.
And do you have any other specific markets in mind if you're going to expand through Teleaudio other than those 3?
We had for next year Russia, but we found once again the employees is the most important thing we have, except of course the product. So we decided to start with Russia directly this year. So we have in focus 2 new countries, but I will not tell you which country, but we have it in our plan.
Okay. And what are some of the challenges when you expand to a country like Russia or Brazil that is pretty far away from your home base in Sweden? Like, what are some of the challenges you meet?
Russia, I have many friends and colleagues that said that don't step into Russia because it's a problem with the payments. And of course, but this is sales value. It's not so much if you compare it to satellite business. But the issue we can see is that we all selling in prepayment in cash. So I mean, you need to secure the payment in, for example, Russia. But it's a very interesting market because they are not so. They are a little bit behind if you compare to Sweden, for example. We are very in line with new technology. So it's a good opportunity, but you need to be a little bit more careful about the customer. And therefore, we found this guy is fantastic building up Russia and worked for Sandvik before. So it's more that to establish new team.
And these 2 markets, Russia and Brazil, they have a lot of industry that is a lot like ours, a lot of forestry, industry and mining. So it is we're going into markets where we know what the customers would look like. And Brazil will be operated as a subsidiary out of Teleradio's American subsidiary with the guys, and that guy has a strong connection to South America. So we're not going to run that from Gothenburg.
And I was also wondering, in your Q3 report, you announced that you were moving part of your assembly for Teleradio from China to Vietnam in order to counteract the tariffs. I was wondering, given the recent developments between China and the US, have you decided to move a larger part? Or
no, we went through the production facilities. We have 2 production facilities. Åkerström has one in Tianjin, and Teleradio has one in Xiamen. And we concluded that the Åkerström's production facility, we won't gain anything really by moving it. It's running good, and we don't need to fix what's not broken. When it comes to Teleradio, has a much bigger operation. It's like 4 times the size of Åkerström's facility. We are starting up come 2020 to move a bit of the production over to Vietnam, and then we'll take steps from there. And basically, it's products that are labor intense and that are dedicated for the American market.
Okay, and lastly, given your strong performance in 2019, what should we expect for 2020?
It's up to me. Of course, we're satisfied with this performance now. We focus on sales, and we focus also to grow on healthy business and be profitable. So, I mean, we don't see an economic situation that the customer are hesitating. Instead, we see that there is a demand for our products. So we will focus and try to do our best to keep this line.
All right. Thank you, Johan and Sten.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone to today's last presentation. My name is Stefan Knutsson and I'm an equity analyst here at ABG. And with me we have Bygghemma and Adam Schatz, CFO for Bygghemma. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here today and present Bygghemma Group. I'll kick it off with some quick facts. We're listed on Nasdaq MedCap. We have a market cap of some 5.3 billion SEK, and we're the largest listed consumer e-commerce company in the Nordics. We have a market share within home improvement, which comprises our two segments, DIY, do-it-yourself, and home furnishing, which is approaching some 30%. And on the back of this dominant market share in the Nordic region, we are also the largest European pure-play retailer, online retailer within home improvement. A significant share of our sales comes from our own brands, over 40%. So we really combine the two hallmarks of a sustainably profitable e-commerce company. Namely, we dominate the segments that we operate in, and we have a significant content of private label in our portfolio. Our financial history demonstrates the strength of our model. We have grown by 38% per annum in the past 3 years, with industry-leading profitability and cash flow generation. And our return on capital employed, excluding goodwill, stands at some 20% and really illustrates the asset-light business model that we have. Today we'll talk about the market that we operate in, the home improvement playing field. Next, I'll go into the vision of Bygghemma Group and the key strategies that we pursue. Then I'll talk about the financial performance before we round it off with some questions. So launching into the market, the home improvement field. As you can see here on the right-hand side of the slide, the home improvement market is the third largest consumer market in the Nordics by size. It's worth some 230 billion SEK. Only food and drink and fashion broadly defined are bigger consumer segments in the Nordics. At the same time, as you see on the left-hand side, the online penetration is still relatively low within home improvement. It stands at a combined 8%. So market analysts are in agreement that the online penetration will continue in the years to come, and it will be reaching levels that we today see within consumer electronics, i.e. some 30% of this market is expected over the next years to move online from offline. And analysts agree that the market should grow over an industry cycle by some 15% per annum. So it's a very large market, 230 billion SEK. With the 8% online penetration, that means that some 19 billion of that market today is online. And with a 15% per annum growth, that means that the online share of the market will roughly double within 5 years, meaning that in 5 years it's somewhere just south of a 40 billion market. Bygghemma Group has historically grown faster than the market has grown. But if we assume that we would grow from last year's 5 billion in line with the market, then that means that we would double in size in the medium term. Layering on top of this, we have been growing faster than the market organically. We've also made a number of acquisitions since inception in 2012, and we plan to continue executing on an M&A agenda. So we see that the 10 billion SEK really is a goal that is pretty much in our reach in the years to come here. Summarizing, we operate in a very big market, and it's a market that we dominate today when it comes to the online share. And the online share of this market is growing rapidly. So a little bit about Bygghemma Group. Our vision is that we make living easy. We execute on this vision through 4 key strategies. We operate in product segments that are actually somewhat complex, such as doors, windows, heat pumps, and what have you. So our strategies aim to make it easy to be a consumer in these segments. The first of these strategies is that we want to continue having an unmatched product range. To have an unmatched product range is a key growth driver because it allows us by far the biggest share of organic traffic online within our segments. It also means that we have a very significant cost advantage when it comes to the inorganic traffic. So through the organic and inorganic traffic, we dominate Google today, and that's a key driver for growth. When we started this year, we had a product portfolio of some 350,000 unique products or SKUs, and we've expanded that rapidly during the year. Today, we stand at more than 500,000 unique products, and we really see no limit to the continued expansion of the product assortment. The next strategic pillar is scale. Being an online retailer means that a significant share of sales comes from products with a high degree of price transparency. So in order to be competitive and to be able to offer the lowest prices in the market while remaining sustainably profitable, scale is obviously key. Scale is also important because it allows us to have a significant share of sales coming from our own products. Within the home furnishing segment, a vast majority of sales is private label, but also within DIY, where well-known external brands are the bulk of the sales, we are increasingly introducing our own brands into the mix. And this means that we can offer customers excellent products at very competitive price points while maintaining a margin profile that is very interesting, since our own brands typically have a higher both gross and fully loaded contribution margin. The next strategic pillar is everything to do with the digital experience. And this we address in two main ways. One is to have fast, responsive, beautifully curated websites. And the other is to layer on top of these websites modern technologies, such as, for instance, we have a price mechanism that allows our prices to be adjusted up to 4 times per day, depending on competitive moves in the market. We also apply machine learning in order to automatically categorize the very large product assortment that we have, and also to determine how and when products are exposed to consumers, so that it is easy for customers to find precisely what they are looking for in spite of the breadth of the product portfolio. The final strategic pillar is the physical infrastructure that we have to support everything that is digital. We have a team of customer service experts. We have a team of product experts that are available 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. We also have an extensive network of showrooms, some 80 showrooms across the Nordic region, where customers can come in and get advice and look and feel our products. And finally, we also have a portfolio of services that go hand in hand with the products that we sell, and I'll come back to those in the next slide. So the strategies are devised to make us move closer each day to delivering on the vision of making living easy. Here you see on the left-hand side the geographic footprint of the group. So we started out in Sweden, and then we entered Finland and the other Nordic countries. Today we are the leader in each of the Nordic countries. We are quite dominant in Sweden and Finland, and we continue to grow also in these countries. In 2018, we entered a number of Eastern European countries through an acquisition. And these countries are less mature than the Nordic ones. They are at a maturity level online where the Nordic countries were perhaps back in 2012 when this journey started. And that means that we have fantastic opportunities to grow, and we're growing at almost triple-digit rates in these fast-growing economies. On the right-hand side, you see the ecosystem that we increasingly focus on offering our customers. The product portfolio with the well-known external brands, but also our own private label brands, is a key component there. But we also have the matching infrastructure with the customer service presence and the product expert presence, as well as the showrooms. And we have the matching services revolving around delivery on the one hand side, but also installation, which we're rolling out. We have begun in Sweden and offer installation on a very significant part of our DIY portfolio, and we're now also rolling out installation services in Finland. We meet our customers through a number of customer-facing destinations. Some of these destinations cater to the customers that want this all-inclusive experience where they can literally find anything within the segment that they're interested in. For instance, Bygghemma.se is such a destination. while other of these destinations offer a more curated and specialized experience to customers. For instance, I can mention Stone Factory here within tiles and bathroom products. Having this breadth of customer-facing destinations allows us to offer the venue for our customers where they want to interact with us. But it also means, coupled with the extensive product assortment that we have, that we manage to dominate Google search. And that's a key factor for driving growth. One of the things perhaps that hasn't fully kept pace with the rapid development of the group is our corporate identity. As I've mentioned already, we started out with the Bygghemma.se business back in 2012. And we have since added a whole new segment, the home furnishing segment. We've also rapidly expanded into the neighboring countries and now Eastern Europe. And as you see here, our corporate name as well as our corporate logo draws still heavily on the Swedish DIY business of Bygghemma.se. We have thus embarked on an upgrade of our corporate identity, and we haven't launched it yet, but just to give you a teaser of the direction that we're moving in, it will be looking something like this, and we're launching it in the first quarter of 2020. And we think that this new corporate identity will help us better convey the Bygghemma Group story to our shareholders, to potential new shareholders, as well as from an employer branding point of view. So let's have a look at our financial performance. Our financial history shows the strength of the business model. Here you see on the left-hand side net sales, in the middle EBIT, and on the right-hand side cash flow generation. And we have, over the past 3 years, grown net sales by some 40% per annum. We've grown EBIT by 60% per annum, and we've grown operating cash flow by 30% per annum. And looking at how the business is developing in more recent quarters, we're quite convinced that this journey will continue, yielding a high growth with good profitability and good cash flow generation. We have 4 very strong quarters behind us, and the very latest quarter, the third quarter of 2019, was no exception. And I wanted to share with you some quick facts about the delivery of the third quarter of 2019. On the left-hand side, again, is net sales, and the middle is EBIT, and the right-hand side is cash flow. So we grew in the quarter by 31%. That growth was more or less equally divided between organic growth and growth from acquisitions. We had a nicely leveraged P&L, where we had an EBIT growth of more than 100%. It was the highest EBIT delivery in a third quarter to date. We came in at 82.5 million SEK. And on the right-hand side, you see the cash conversion, which year-to-date stands at 96%. We have a target to convert 100% of EBITDA into operating cash flow on a full-year basis, and we're well on track to deliver on that as well. So all in all, a very strong quarter. We had strong growth in DIY of 26%, and the home furnishing segment, not least on the back of steep growth in Eastern Europe, grew by 41%. And both segments are really driven by the offline to online migration, as well as organic market share gains, and finally, with adding in a mix of acquisitions on top of that. The group is growing and developing, and a couple of recent developments we believe will continue also into the future. So let's quickly look at those. We have the geographic mix first, where we started off in Sweden, as you know, and we've now expanded into the neighboring countries as well as to Eastern Europe. And over this period, from 2016 to the LTM Q3 column all the way to the right here, you see that Sweden has grown very nicely over this period by 21% per annum. But the geographies that we've entered into more recently have grown even faster. So the reliance on Sweden has diminished over this period. It stood at 75% of net sales in 2016. And on an LTM basis now, it's down at 57%, which makes us then less dependent on macroeconomic conditions in any one country. So a nice net sales mix in terms of geographies. And the other thing that is also changing is what I've already touched on a bit, is the private label share of net sales, within the home furnishing segment, it is essentially all private label. Within DIY, the majority of sales is and will continue to be well-known external brands. But we are now in a position to grow the share of private label, and we've set ourselves a target to double that share from 10% roughly today to 20% in the near term. And we have a number of own brands. I just wanted to say a couple of words about Bathlife, which you see down there. It's our flagship brand within the bathroom category. And since 2014, we've grown Bathlife sales by 70% per annum. We have a strong position now in the bathroom category in Sweden. It's becoming really strong in Finland as well. And we're rapidly growing in Denmark and Norway. And what is special for us with our own labels is that, as Bathlife demonstrates, we are able to sell those in multiple geographies, whereas the external brands typically are country-specific. And also, quite importantly, the margin profile on our own brands is favorable to that of the external brands. So these are two developments that we envisage will continue into the future. Summarizing, we are the clear Nordic online leader within home improvement. We have a very strong position within both our segments, approaching a market share of some 28%. We have a net sales mix which is very good today. We have two segments that are more or less of equal importance to us, and we have a geographic mix that is also very sound. And finally, on the right-hand side, you see that we have a history of rapid, profitable growth. And to the far right, here you see on an LTM Q3 basis, we have an EBIT margin of 5.1% and net sales of 5.8 billion SEK, to be compared with just shy of 5 billion at the end of 2018, again demonstrating that we're growing rapidly and we're on track to reach our medium-term target of becoming a 10 billion SEK net sales company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam, for that. And just to start off, you mentioned that the majority of your sales, some 95%, is generated in the Nordics, but you see that your sales in Europe is growing fast. How do you view the potential? And if we look 5 years ahead, how much do you see Europe stands for?
So we haven't set or communicated a target for the share that will come from the outside of Nordics geographies, but the Nordic geographies can be expected to grow by some 15% per annum organically. With some acquisitions on top, it's reasonable to envisage growth in the 20% at the 20% level. In the countries that we've entered into in Eastern Europe, we have growth far in excess of that, some 70% roughly. So it's clear that from the 8% that these new geographies represented in the third quarter of 2019, they will be a significantly larger share in the period to come. But again, we haven't communicated a specific target.
And how do you view the competitive landscape in first the Nordics and then the rest of Europe?
So starting with Nordics, we have some very strong competitors, but since we took charge of consolidating the online market back starting in 2012, we essentially have no online-only platforms today. There are some smaller niche players within certain categories, but the main competition in the Nordics comes from the online offering of the large offline players. And they're obviously very good at what they do, but they are also sort of good competitors because they're interested in profitability and they are pretty disciplined in the way they operate. So that's the landscape in the Nordics. In Eastern Europe, we have no direct competitors who have yet at least assumed the same business model that we have. We have own delivery to the end customers in all of the Eastern European countries that we serve. So it's actually sort of the mix of a sourcing apparatus with sourcing from Eastern Europe and China, and then the logistics value chain that delivers to end customers. So it's a very strong model, and at least yet we don't see anyone seriously challenging us with that same model.
I'll throw out some names first. IKEA, for example, who is really strong when it comes to kitchen renovation. Do you see them broadening their expertise in that area to more be a competitor of yours?
Well, obviously IKEA is a fantastic company. They also have a very commanding market share overall when it comes to their segments, offline and online combined in the Nordics. So roughly they have a market share in home furnishing of some 50%. And the strategy that they've been actively pursuing in the last couple of years is to move an increasing share of total sales from their offline franchise into the online side. And I think it's quite clear from the statistics that they deliver that they're doing that quite successfully. But what is essentially happening is that the 50% market share remains. It's the composition of how they arrive at that changes. So that's how we see IKEA today.
And if we talk about Amazon, for example, how do you view the landscape changing if and when they enter the Nordics and Sweden, for example?
So it seems today it's a guessing game. When will Amazon enter the Nordics? And it's been a guessing game for a while. And I think the flavor of it today is that they will establish a logistics presence with either northern Germany or southern Denmark as the base. And I think it's clear that they are now also translating their website to Swedish and to the other Nordic languages. So they are sort of entering, but it doesn't seem that they're entering with fulfillment centers in the Nordic countries, which means that they probably won't be able to offer Prime, which has been a key success driver for them in other countries. But I think even more importantly, the segments that we operate in are not typical Amazon segments. So we operate again in segments that have big bulky items, quite difficult from a logistics point of view, but also complex items such as, for instance, windows is not an easy sort of one-click buy item. You need product experts to talk to. When it comes to the private label side of our business on the furnishing side, customers typically want to be able to see these products before they buy them. And so we have our network of showrooms, and that's not the way Amazon operates. So even in countries where Amazon is really strong, Germany or even the United States, they haven't been able to create a commanding lead within the categories that we focus on. So they will certainly come at some stage, and I'm sure that they will become a bigger player in the Nordics than they are today. But we don't think they will seriously threaten the categories that we operate in.
Okay. And we've seen some strong growth, partly driven by acquisitions. What type of synergies are you usually achieve when you do an acquisition?
So the first focus and the second and the third focus of unlocking synergies after acquisitions is to do with sales synergies, accelerating growth. So as I mentioned, having a broad product assortment is a key factor for us. So when we acquire companies, we tend to acquire companies that somehow complete our product assortment within the niches that they operate. For instance, we bought Lampgallerian in the second quarter with a very strong product assortment within lighting. And what we do then is that we take these products and we enable them to be sold on the very many customer-facing destinations that we have, massively expanding the reach of these products into the market. So the main focus of synergies in the early days, at least, is synergies that enable us to grow faster. Then, of course, there are also cost synergies, and some of the given ones are synergies to do with sourcing, to do with suppliers, for instance, logistics partners, where we, as the biggest player in the Nordics for delivering bulky goods to end consumers, we have quite a lot of bargaining power, and typically the companies that we buy have supplier agreements that are less favorable, so it's quite easy to change those.
And the last question on profitability, two important factors, the return rates and the average volumes that the customers orders. How do you see that development in Bygghemma?
Thank you. That's actually an excellent question. So one of the key reasons for the strong profitability that we've shown in the past 4 quarters is that we've been able to drive average order values up. And the mechanism behind that is that to deliver, for instance, a sofa, on a pallet costs exactly the same when the sofa is a 5,000 krona sofa as when it's a 3,000 krona sofa. So moving customers to higher order values means that we have this very nice margin pickup. Today we are at average order values that we're quite happy with, so I don't see average order values moving significantly up from this level. But we do have good opportunities to continue driving our EBIT margins up, and the three main sources that will help us achieve that will be the ongoing segment mix, where home furnishing is slightly smaller today, but enjoys higher margins, and the underlying markets between home furnishing and DIY are roughly similar. So home furnishing, in all likelihood, will continue growing faster than DIY. Next, within DIY, we have our own brands, private label, that have a better margin profile than the external brands. And as I mentioned, we strive to double the share of private label in DIY. And finally, with size, we get operating leverage. So that's the third component that will help us drive EBIT margin up from the current levels.
Okay. By that, I would like to thank you, Adam, for today's presentation.
Thank you.